La Présidente.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Labadiena, mėly kolegos, prašau, užimkite savo vietas.
Dear colleagues, can I ask...
Kære kolleger, må jeg godt...
Prašau, susėskite, kad galėtume pradėti sesiją.
We start by recalling...
Visų pirma, norėčiau priminti, kad praėjusią savaitę suėjo metai, kai mūsų mielas draugas Davidas Sassoli mus paliko. Tiesiog nebepamenu, kiek kartų šiais metais norėjau suteikti jam žodį ar paklausti jo nuomonės. Jo minčių skaidrumas, jo vizija apie Europos viziją, Europos teisingumą, apie tai, kas apibrėžia mūsų bendrąją europinę misiją ir šį Europos parlamentą, yra išskirtinis. Davidas paliko mums visiems savo projektą, savo paskutinėme viešajame pasisakyme. Jis kalbėjo apie Europą kaip apie vilties projektą, apie projektą, kuris turėtų sujungti mus visus, kuris įkūnija mūsų vienybę, mūsų vertybės ir mūsų civilizaciją. Prieš 1 metus šiame parlamente aš pažadėjau, kad mes tęsime jo palikimą ir žinau, kad mes išlaikysime šį pažadą. Šiandien mes taip pat gedime mūsų kolegos Miroslavo
Šiš, som gick bort den 29.
dieną. Norėčiau, mėly kolegos, kad atsistotume ir pagerbtume jį tylos minute.
Thank you.
Dėkoju. Praėjo 120 dienų nuo tada, kai moterys, vyrai, studentai, akademikai ir daugelis kitų Irane išėjo į gatves
for their right to live free. Those standing up in Iran have inspired the world. And I want to tell them that we will not leave them alone. I've just come from...
Ką tik grįžau iš demonstracijos, kur pakartojo mūsų raginimą
komunità internazzjonali biex twieġeb b'mod
unleashed by the regime on the people of the
režimas Irano žmonių atžvilgių. Mes turėtume sustabdyti Irano
the executions,
už tuos, kurie
free people held forever in chains, those who provide drones used to kill Ukrainians to be held accountable. The people on the streets are on the right side of history, and they will make history, and we will stand with them as they do. Dear colleagues, these last days saw again a series of indiscriminate strikes by Russia against people in Ukraine. Targeted women, children, massacred. The images of Dnipro will haunt forever all those who saw them, all those who were forced to live through them. The bravery and resilience of the Ukrainian people should be an example to all. They have shown the world that might does not equal right, that terror will not break Ukrainian spirits. We will continue, Europe will continue to support Ukraine, politically, humanitarily, militarily and financially. The €18 billion financial package that this House voted for will begin to be dispersed this week. Our Generators of Hope campaign is in full swing with towns, villages, cities, all doing their part to help power Ukraine. I'm so proud of our response, and I know that we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. I also wanted to speak about the decisions needed on measures in this House and accountability. This European Parliament prides itself on its openness, its accessibility and its defence of legislating in the public eye. We are not in some imaginary ivory tower. The principle of openness builds trust is one that we hold dear and that we defend, and any abuse or misuse of the tools that we created strongly, systematically and with any potential weaknesses addressed. The events of the past month have led to
kuukaudelta ovat johtaneet siihen, että täytyy pystyä
citizens that we represent. We must acknowledge this, and citizens rightly demand accountability and integrity. We will respond. I promised you last month that we will come back with a proposed series of reforms. With group leaders, we have agreed on a first step approach on a number of points that can go a long way. This is the beginning, not the end. We will start with measures that can be implemented quickly while starting the process for a longer-term reform, and consultations will continue across the board. As a starting point, we will look at how we can implement a revolving door policy, at how we can ensure more transparency, of how we can improve accountability,
öppnas mellan institutioner, revolving doors.
How we can better control who has access to our premises. We will ask for more transparency also when it comes to those representing third countries and their interests, and from former members. We will shine a brighter light on what we do as members, with more and clearer information being made available to the public. We will enforce rules that disallow any activities that could create confusion with official European Parliament activities, particularly when it comes to interaction with third countries. We will do clear information on our financial declarations, and we will ensure more training on whistleblowing and compliance. We will boost measures that will propose to boost the fight against corruption.
Vamos a reforzar las medidas de lucha contra
interference. We will strengthen our systems, address any shortcomings.
Mi moramo biti iskrini.
Process, and we will do all of this.
Tämän kaiken samalla suojelen
elected representatives. We will not hinder that. We will do the opposite. Crucial role played by MEPs in European decision-making, and our role in making the lives of Europeans a little bit safer, a little bit fairer, a little bit more equal. Our House is the embodiment of European parliamentary democracy, and I need your help to ensure that the pillar. We owe this to our citizens, to all those who came before and to all those who will come after. Thank you. We will move now to the adoption of the agenda. The session is reopened. I give the floor for a point of order to Mr. Dominic Cruz de Veza. Seats 379. Go ahead, Dominic.
Querida Presidenta.
Izvolite. Poštovana predsjednice.
In line with Rule 195 of the
Julio Gama, activist,
could just draw the attention to the fact that an activist from Equatorial Guinea died in prison. He died following and I'd also like to call your attention to Carmelo, who was a part of the Secret Service for crimes against humanity. Now, this can only be considered
ao nosso Parlamento, ao Conselho e à Comissão.
Just in reaction to that, we'd like to call the Commission and Council that were kidnapped would not have the same outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. The minutes and the texts adopted of the sitting of the 15th of December are available. Are there?
December foreligger. Der nogle kommentarer dertil?
Therefore, the minutes are approved. I have received requests from the competent authorities in Belgium for the parliamentary immunities of Mr. Andrea Cozzolino and Mr. Mark Tarabella to be waived. These requests have been referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs. The EPP, S&D, Renew Europe and ID groups have notified me of decisions relating to changes to appointments within committees and delegations. These decisions will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. The EMPL Committee decided to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 1 of the Rules of Procedure. The report, which constitutes the mandate for the negotiations, is available on the plenary webpage, and its title will be published in the minutes of the sitting. Pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 2, members of political groups reaching at least the medium threshold may request in writing by tomorrow, Tuesday, 17 January at midnight, that the decision be put to the vote. If no request for a vote in Parliament is made within the deadline, the committee may start negotiations. I would also like to inform you that, together with the President of the Council, I shall on Wednesday sign 3 acts adopted under the ordinary legislative procedure in accordance with Rule 79 of Parliament's Rule of Procedure. The titles of the acts will be published in the minutes of this sitting. I would also like to inform you that we will proceed on Wednesday, the 18th of January, on the election of the new Vice President of the European Parliament, replacing Ms. Eva Kaili. Regarding this election, I remind you that the deadline for submitting nominations is tomorrow, Tuesday, 17 January 2023 at 7 p.m. The nomination should be handed into the office of the Deputy Secretary
ob 19. uri imenovanja lahko
Services and include the candidates' acceptance. The vote will be held on Wednesday at noon. We now come to the order of business. The final draft agenda, as adopted by the Conference of Presidents on the 12th of January, pursuant to Rule 157, has been distributed. Now, I have received 5 requests for debate on, let's say, the same topic taken from different angles. I will read all the requests out now, and then we could potentially agree on a debate that could garner the majority with the broadest possible overview. This would be my proposal. The timing of this would be on Tuesday afternoon, and the vote on this on the title. Left group has asked that a Commission statement on the suspicions of corruption linked to Morocco and other third countries in European institutions be added as the second.
Et punkt at tages med på som andet punkt på.
ID Group has asked that a Commission statement inquiry committee into the political responsibility for Qatargate in light of Article 226 TFEU be added. The Greens EFA group has asked that the Commission statement on ensuring transparency, integrity and accountability of EU institutions be added to the agenda. The S&D group has asked that the Commission statement on new developments related to malign political interference from third countries within the EU institutions be added to the agenda. The ECR group has requested that a Commission statement on new developments in the corruption cases in the EU institutions be added to the agenda.
Institutioner ska läggas till föredragningslistan.
All these together, I would think. Stefan and then Terry. Stefan.
Så har vi Stefan och sen Terry. Stefan, varsågod.
Imano. Stefan first.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. As you've just reminded us, we've got 5 suggested debates on more or less the same subject. Now, my group would like to propose a 6th subject as well, and you are suggesting that we summarise them along the lines of new developments with regard to the corruption and foreign interference allegations.
Det vil sige udindblanding fra Marokkos side og et ønske
and the need to increase transparency, integrity as well as responsibility within European institutions. I think that is a good summary of those 5 different debates, and that way we could avoid having all of those 5 separate debates overlapping with one another.
Thanks a lot, colleagues.
Mange tak.
We think it's the best, but I'm not going to do that. I think if developments added, that can be fine, but for us it will be very important also to focus on integrity and transparency measures, so to have that definitely in the title. And if you would like to add the specific country names, I think that's also fine for us. But we really want to focus on what do we do now and what kind of measures do we need to put in place to prevent things like this from happening in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Terry. Manon.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam President. There was a
fi existat o cale simplă să cădem de acord asupra
regarding the title that should be put on the agenda, and we could have done that in the Conference of Presidents. Let me therefore say to all members in the chamber, Thursday last we had a Conference of Presidents.
Grupp tagħna tal-xelluk
we reach an agreement precisely on this, on new developments, the corruption scandal, since we have in fact found out that Qatar is just the tip of the iceberg in that regard, and that Morocco had played an essential role, and the system of corruption was probably also beneficial to other states outside of the European Union. And it is a pity that only the Socialists and the Greens supported our motion at the time. Today, it's a pity they didn't actually support the original proposal, which would have allowed us to start plenary with a clear agenda and a clear debate. In terms of our credibility in the eyes of the outside world, we're going to tackle an issue. How are we going to have credibility if we don't address the main issue, which is the corruption scandal, which is at the heart of the European institutions? Transparency is, of course, the solution.
Ganz wichtig ist und dass diese Diskussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. In the name of the Socialists and Democrats, to say that we do support the fact that we should have only one debate, and that.
Kieku kellna niġu f'sitwazzjoni fej.
If it was not possible by then to have from a minority proposal a large proposal, now it is. I thank Renew for a good proposal that can capture the majority and that still needs works and allows us to debate the situation of the interference of different countries. So full support for one debate as proposed by Renew.
Okay, thank you. Pedro Asita Kanko. Gerolf?
Oui, Madame la Présidente, nous soutenons bien.
Thank you, Madam President. We support a general debate on
Aussprache über das Thema Qatargate. Aber was jetzt unseren
our proposal, however, our proposal is specific. It is different from the other proposals because we are requesting the establishment of a special committee of inquiry immediately. And now, if we were to accept the fact that this is not going to be possible until the judicial procedure is ongoing, but I could actually state that that is
judiciaire en cours Par exemple, la commission sur la
query that have been set up. For example, we had the Panama Berries Committee and the PAGA Committee as well, and 2016 and 2022 special committees were set up, even though the judicial procedure was ongoing. So therefore, we call for this committee of inquiry to be set up immediately.
Tātad mums tas jādara nekavējoties.
Absolutely incomprehensible. We know that this entire issue is shaking the parliament, and it should, because it is a major scandal. And therefore, we should like the issue of establishing a special committee of inquiry immediately be included in the debate.
Philippe, you also want to take the floor?
Si je peux, oui, je voudrais...
If I may, yes, I would just like to remind Mr. Garreau that that committee of inquiry is part of the resolution which the Parliament adopted back in December, so I'd invite him to perhaps reread it. And also, the committee of inquiry is not something which we contain in a resolution. Rather, there is a special procedure which requires gathering signatures and allowing each and every one of us to take. I think that Mr. Garreau really perhaps is politicking rather than engage seriously in the issue for the time being.
Bine, vă mulțumesc. Proposal to a vote, which would be with the title as follows: New developments in allegations of corruption and foreign interference, including those related to moral integrity and accountability in the European institutions. We put this request to a vote. I open the vote. Okay, I see that people still put their votes in, cards in. Okay, I close the vote. And it is approved unanimously by everybody who voted, except for abstentions. So this will mean that the Tuesday session will be extended to 11 p.m. I have another request from the Renew group that has asked that a Commission statement on the EU's response to the appalling attack against civilians in Dnipro, strengthening sanctions against the Putin regime and military support to Ukraine be added as the fourth point in the afternoon. I give the floor to Stefan to move the request on behalf of his group.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yesterday in Dnipro, Russia committed a war crime and an act of terrorism. We have the determination of the Ukrainian people. They are fighting for their freedom, and as you know, the European Parliament has always been there to support mobilization in Europe when it comes to humanitarian issues, when it comes to financial and also military issues for Ukraine. My group, Renew Europe, would like to really support an action for European coordination in this question, namely Ukraine. More sanctions against thousands of Russians who are still associated with the Putin regime and who are not yet on the list, in particular, bearing in mind what's happening right now, announcements made by a number of member states, tanks, etc. In the light of all of that, our political group would like to ask for an addition to the agenda that you have just referred us to, Madam President, the response of the EU to the frightful attack on civilians in Dnipro, reinforcing sanctions against the Putin regime and military support to Ukraine. Thank you to my colleagues and to other groups for their support.
There be anybody who wants to speak against this request? I don't see that to be the case, so I put this request to a vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted, and therefore the Commission statement is added as the fourth point in the afternoon tomorrow. For Wednesday, the Greens EFA group has requested that a Commission statement on criminalisation of humanity
Nyújtás kriminalizációja.
Al șaselea punct al ședinței de după amiază.
On behalf of her group. Tineke? Seat 731, please. Not yet, not yet. Yes, now it is.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
EU governments, including Greece and Italy, have increasingly criminalised providing support to people in desperate need for help. NGOs and churches carrying out life-saving work face huge obstacles in providing assistance at land and search as criminals. And colleagues, humanitarian assistance is not a crime. It is an international obligation. This criminalisation is a dangerous tendency in Europe, fuelled by the lack of an adequate response by the Commission and the Council. Criminalisation is not only illegal, but it also deters people from offering life-saving assistance. And I therefore urge you, on behalf of the Greens IFA Group, to hold a plenary debate titled Criminalisation of Humanitarian Assistance, including search and rescue. Thank you.
Thank you, Tineke. I give the floor now to Jeroen Lenners, who would like to speak against.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. You know, Tineke Strik mentioned Greece and Italy. We've all seen the court cases in Greece. The accused have been acquitted. The courts have been closed. So if the Greens want to compliment Greece on the independence of the judiciary there, they can do so in a press release, but not through a...
Cităm Grecia pentru independența judiciară. Putem face asta.
But the EPP is always ready to debate migration, because there are plenty of reasons to do so. 330,000 illegal border crossings in 2022. More than 136% increase in the Western Balkan route, over 100,000 asylum applications per month, the highest numbers since 2016. We should debate these alarming.
2016, das sind alarmierende Zahlen, die wir diskutieren sollten.
NGOs, humanitarian aspects and search and rescues, and ignore all the rest. So this Parliament wants a holistic approach to migration. Let's also debate holistically. The Search and Rescue Contact Group will be reconvened this month. Next month we'll have the special EU summit on migration. So instead of this rushed debate this week, let's have a deeper, a wider, a more comprehensive debate next month in our plenary on migration. Thank you.
Tema generală a migrației. Vă mulțumesc.
I put the request to a vote by roll call and I open the vote.
Sākam balsot.
Vote is closed. And it is adopted, and therefore the Commission statement will be added and the sitting will be extended to 11 p.m. Zheliana Zevzhovko, you would like the floor to make a point of order?
Yes, Madam President. EPP has decided to withdraw from a debate on the urgencies and negotiations. But after a meeting of Conference of Presidents and agreement reached that all the urgencies and the procedure will go through your office to check that the rule of 500 words is being respected, we understand that we reached the agreement on this issue. But unfortunately, we have not tabled our proposals.
Oleme sel nädalal esitanud ühtegi ette.
It's quite sad and strange that as a rapporteur for Azerbaijan, who is preparing a report that will be voted in AFET in forthcoming sessions, we will reduce the serious issue of Latin corridors only to 500 words. And I think these urgencies that will be debated and discussed this session, I ask all our colleagues
ārkārtas rezolūcija tekstam, tas ir
to ask for the full debate on, I don't know if this can be changed, but this issue requires a full debate at these plenary sessions because the humanitarian situation there is dire.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Zovko. So since the request for the change of the agenda arrived after the deadline, which was 4 o'clock, it's not possible, but point made and I guess taken. Can we say that the agenda is now adopted and the order of business is now established? And the next item on the agenda is a ceremony on the 30th anniversary of the single market, which I encourage you all to stay for.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Dear colleagues, can I ask you to take a seat in order for us to watch a video as we start the ceremony of the 30th.
C'était, c'est encore, aux yeux de ceux, personnes privées ou entreprises, qui parcourent l'Europe, une sorte d'Europe féodale qui n'offre que barrières. Nous voulons qu'à la fin de votre mandat, les Européens, vos électeurs, puissent toucher du doigt, dans leur vie quotidienne, une Europe concrète, une Europe réelle où l'on puisse sans entrave circuler, dialoguer, communiquer, échanger.
In 1993, Jacques Delors' vision became reality. A Europe without the old barriers, where living, loving, working and retiring across borders is easy.
Het fijne aan leven in de Europese Unie is dat je leeft in vrijheid, in een democratie en dat je je vrij kan bewegen en vrij kan reizen.
A single market that's improved life for Europeans and businesses, opening up transport and tourism, energy and communication, allowing consumers and companies to buy and sell safely, creating new horizons in jobs and education, with professional qualifications recognized across borders, and the Erasmus program offering the opportunity to study abroad.
I'm really happy that my kids now live in Europe. They have more possibilities to travel and broaden their horizon and see different cultures, learn different languages.
The single market is constantly evolving, with Parliament leading the way. Ending roaming charges, ensuring a fair, open digital sector where platforms are accountable, users and their data protected. Driving the green transition by backing the right to repair, a circular economy and a common charger for electronic devices. A keystone of a competitive, autonomous EU that can offer solutions to the crises of today and tomorrow.
Dans mon esprit, l'Europe n'existera pas tant que les citoyens de nos pays n'auront pas le sentiment qu'ils peuvent circuler, échanger, communiquer librement. C'est important sur le plan politique. Mais il y a aussi les entreprises, l'activité économique.
As it turns 30, the single market continues to boost prosperity and increase opportunities for more than 460 million people across 31 countries.
Dear members, dear colleagues, Swedish Minister for European Affairs, Jessica Roswald, welcome to the plenary. Commission Vice President Margareta Vestager, Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee Chair Anna Cavazzini.
Presidente del Commissione al Mercato Interno e della Protezione.
Of 1992, when addressing the European Parliament, then Commission President Jacques Delors called the creation of the single market the beginning of a new era. And so it was. The single market has been
sisämarkkinat on ollut kulma.
It united Europe at a time where the weight of walls and iron curtains felt so heavy. We tore down internal barriers and replaced them with common values, creating a place where goods, persons, service and capital could freely move around.
Kaupade, teenuste, inimeste ja kapitali vaba
Freedom, about prosperity and above all opportunity. Opportunity for all citizens
võimalustest kõigi kodanike jaoks
and travel anywhere within our union, knowing that their fundamental rights and freedoms will be protected throughout. Opportunity for businesses, large and small, to establish themselves wherever they choose, giving
väikesed, keskmise suurusega ja suured ettevõtted
competitiveness. Opportunity for consumers to have wider choices at cheaper prices and with stronger consumer protection that will account for their interests. And perhaps the one most often overlooked, the opportunity for our collective interest, being the world's largest single democratic market, has strengthened our place in the world. And here, Europe has far more leverage than we...
Európának sokkal több súlya van a világ.
Colleagues, the single market is one of our union's greatest achievements, and truth be told, it has become indispensable to us all. Today, our single market accounts for 56 million European jobs. It has raised the European Union's GDP between 8 and 9% on average, and it has even accounted for over 1 million babies born to Erasmus couples over the past 30 years. And yet, with war having returned to our continent, with dwindling energy supplies and inflation rising, it is easy to fall into the warped narrative of
Solidaritás, külső fenyeget.
Market without mentioning the regretful departure of the United Kingdom, where we truly understood what it means to be part of the single market. We also saw what the single market meant during the COVID-19 pandemic. On the one hand, the unilateral measures by member states caused disruption and panic, when on the other hand, the joint procurement of vaccines and the adoption of the Recovery and Resilience Facility showed Europe's ability to react quickly and That is why moments and celebrations like these are important to remember just how far we have
šādos īpašos brīžos atcerēties
in society's works and why we need to continue preserving and promoting our single market as a whole. Right now, Europe is at a crossroads. Our European way of doing things is being put into question. This is exactly the time when we need to build on our biggest asset. We must speed up investment in Europe to put the European economy back on a stable path of growth. But for this to happen, we also need to do more to level the playing field, especially as we accept the adoptions of the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act are key steps in the right direction, ones that we can be proud of. Dear colleagues, we have done a lot in the past decades. We have come together as a union and we have transformed the lives of millions of Europeans. But 30 years after its launch, the single market is still developing and adapting to new challenges. My hope going forward is to recapture this sense of spirit and in doing so, renewing our engagement to bring the single market back to European citizens. And this is how we will be able to rest assured that it will not take another 30 years to finish what we have started. I will now give the floor to Minister for European Affairs, Ms. Roswald. Jessica, you have the floor.
Thank you, President, honourable members, Commissioner.
This is my first time to speak in this important chamber house as representing the Council. I'm looking forward to many other debates also. So the single market and its four freedoms are one of the biggest achievements of the European Union. Over the last 3 decades, the single market has proven to be a powerful driver for competitiveness. Cohesion among members
för konkurrenskraft.
Today, the single market counts over 400 to wide selections of good services and better job opportunities across the EU. Consumers benefit of our single market rules, which ensure safe and high-quality products and services. These rules have in many cases become international standards, reinforcing the EU's role as a norm setter at a global level. The single market is also a driver for innovation. Europe has managed
L'Europa radzi sobie z
innovation and diversity.
Monipuolistamalla toimitusketjujen ympäri Eurooppaa.
Crisis and its effect on supply chains, we now face a series of challenges to our economy as a result of Russian war of aggression. In light of this, it is important to recall the well-functioning single
måste vi erinra om att
competitive and resilient European economy. The single market is not a finished project and will never be, as was said in the film. It's constantly moving. More work is needed to deepen it, to remove remaining barriers and to prevent new ones from emerging. In the current global economic context, we cannot waste this opportunity. Looking ahead, for achieving the green and digital transition. The ingredients of our success over the last 30 years: common regulation, standard settings, mutual recognition, consumer protection, level playing field and innovation. It is the recipe for successfully mastering this twin transition as well. As regards the digital transition, new rules and regulation for the digital age have already been adopted, including the Digital Services Act and
für das digitale Zeitalter verabschiedet.
And many more will be adopted shortly.
Ja kindlasti võetakse varsti vastu veel uusi.
If wisely designed, will make Europe Europe's global standard Digital companies within the service economy are the perfect example of why we need a fully functioning single market with harmonized rules, because there are no physical borders in the digital economy. The single market is also instrumental to reach the objective of the climate neutral by 2050. The EU needs to be a front runner in the green transition and make sure that Fit for 55 is fully implemented. That's the reason why we will prioritise both the green transition and competitiveness.
Grund ist der grüne Wandel und die
Only a month ago, we invited the European Parliament's Conference of Presidents to Stockholm, and last week the Colleague of Commissioners to Kiruna in the north of Sweden to see the green transition in practice and how it is a business opportunity for Europe. The 30th anniversary of the single market will continue to be highlighted during the Swedish presidency of the Council. The EU needs
una velika poslovna prilika za Europu.
How the single market can be a strong and sustainable engine for jobs, entrepreneurship and sustainable growth over the next 30 years to come. Let us work together.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roswell. I will now give the floor to Executive Vice President Vestager. Margrethe, you have the floor.
Madam President, honourable members, honourable Minister Roswald, thank you very much for the invitation to this important celebration of our crown jewel, the single market. 30 years, experienced, still sparkling. The single market is one of the greatest achievements of European integration. It's the backbone of the European economy, and it's a source of prosperity, of wealth for Europeans, being transferred into welfare for the individual citizen. Without it, not possible. For 30 years now, the single market has provided countless benefits to every European. The single market enables us to live, to work, to travel wherever we wish in Europe. It offers consumers protection, safety, greater choice at lower prices. And we can trust the products that we purchase in the Union as they are safe and based on the same standards.
Și se bazează pe standarde comune.
This will indeed also be even more true in the future when we purchase things online. Similarly, consumers
online. Stejně
operating in a single market that they respect high labor standards, that they respect the environment. And even more so when we get, hopefully, to an adoption of the platform.
Mult dacă reușim să adoptăm.
So goes when it's online. Businesses, they have access to 450, 460 million people, and that, of course, is the basis for opportunities for scaling. And the single market has changed the way we trade with one another. It is not the same. We have removed trade barriers. We have removed physical customs controls, which made trading goods both costly and unpredictable. And now we have seen it live with the sad story of Brexit and all the troubles that comes back. National rules, well, they prevented companies from trading across border. They are now harmonized. % of physical industrial products have been removed. And the single market plays a crucial role in our efforts to tackle climate change, ensure clean energy sources, and developing digital technologies. The single market makes things happen. And when we celebrate the 30th birthday, I think we can be really proud of what we have achieved together as a result of our European democracy. But as we celebrate and look back, I also think about all these achievements that we cannot take it for granted. This is not a given. This is not forever. We are instead dealing with a precious asset that needs to be preserved every day for the well-being of the single market, also for the next 30 years. More ambition, more effort is needed to simply pursue further integration of the single market and to take away the barriers that keeps creeping in. There are intense discussions about how to improve Europe's competitiveness and to accelerate the twin transitions. We're looking at our state aid rules to amend and to simplify where necessary. But we do not build competitiveness out of subsidies. This must be a temporary adjustment. We built competitiveness out of a well-functioning, dynamic and innovative market. And also, of course, there can be no successful twin transition without the single market. I continue hearing companies and citizens such as the misapplication of rules from one member state to another, or
forskellige og nogle gange fejlagtige brug af regler.
Procedures that hampers cross-border trade, that hampers investment within the single market. To that, because these are the fundamentals of this union. And we need to take upon these issues, obviously, very seriously. Not by continuing making more rules. This is not a competition of piling up burdensome rules.
Pravidla, tohle není soutěž v
We do best. Provide a stable, and manageable regulatory framework, both for our companies, for our administration, a regulatory framework that can travel because it sets a standard.
Som funkar överallt därför att det bygger på normer.
It has been said that you cannot fall in love with the single market. Well, I'm passionate about it. I hope you share it with me.
Eu însă o iubesc și sper că și dumneavoastră.
Thank you so much. I give the floor now to the chair of the IMCO committee, Ms. Cavazzini. Anna.
Thank you so much. I think it's great that we have such a female lineup at this ceremony. Dear President,
podczas tej ceremonii pod rząd, panie przewodniczący,
colleagues, 30 years of the EU single market mean 30 years of living, working and studying in other EU member states. It means more prosperity and opportunities for our businesses. Market integration has led to European integration, to citizens growing closer together. And I'm from a generation, I don't even know how it was before. And now I could talk to you about how much GDP growth the internal market has brought us, about trade flows, about increasing competitiveness, and all of this is certainly very, very important. But I rather want to talk about what the single market means to us as citizens. I know some people are convinced that you cannot fall in love with the internal market, and Jacques Delors certainly was one of them. But I have to say, similarly to Margarete, I get a lot of excited feedback from citizens when I talk to them about our current internal market legislation. With the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, we create
Zákonodárny za digitální trh
kontinent i verden, der har vedtaget lovgivning om det.
Sustainability, the norm in our market. And then this is really a project to fall in love with.
Standard für unseren Markt. Und das ist wirklich ein Projekt, in das man sich
in the EU. Can you have a nicer, simple?
Olla kivempaa, yksinkertaisempaa.
These examples show that in the past,
encore du marché unique. Tous ces éléments nous montrent qu'au cours des
a common market has evolved from completing the market with its four freedoms, goods, services, capital and people, to using it more and more to achieve our common political goals, strategic autonomy, a new and unique European model of the digital world, high consumer standards, and very importantly, the protection of our planet and the climate. And this is also the story that we have to tell to citizens today. Indeed, no one will fall in love with the abstract idea of economic integration. But citizens want high consumer protection standards, a healthy economy, environmental protection. And I think that the single market can deliver if we do it in the right way. So if we look back, was everything shiny and rosy in the last years? Certainly not. Several crises have marked the past 30 years, and we are right in the middle of one of them. But with each crisis, the single market has evolved. It has proven to be part of the solution. Let me look back a bit and see what we can learn. I think to get support from our EU citizens, the single market must protect them. Huge protests all over Europe were the consequence of people believing that the Commission went too far in the market integration with the Services Directive. This Parliament had changed the proposal back in 2006, made it more balanced. We in this House have successfully fought for a stronger social dimension of the single market in the past years, and I believe we must continue to do so. Brexit, with the UK not only leaving the EU, but also the single market, was probably one of the biggest crises for all of us. Of the UK economy and the mounting challenges that businesses and citizens face make the rest of the EU even more aware of the benefits of the single market and how dangerous it is to throw everything overboard lightheartedly. During the pandemic, supply chains got heavily disrupted, adding to citizens and business hardships. EU internal borders closed up. We managed to get on our feet again, thanks to the single market. Its benefits, its principles, protecting European solidarity, common procurement of vaccines, authorizing trucks to cross border to prevent shortages, a common approach to rebuilding the economy. It became obvious once more, we are stronger together. And dear colleagues, allow me a last point. When it comes to the challenges we are facing right now, I think once again, focusing on European cooperation and leverage.
A pokud se soustředíme na spolupráci, korištenje snage europskog tržišta.
The past 7 years have been the hottest in the recorded history. And on the other hand, European companies are not only facing high energy prices, but also fierce global competition to lead the future's global green economy. Let me be very clear. We cannot prioritize competitiveness over solving the climate crisis. Solutions have to go hand in hand. We need to massively accelerate climate measures and to finance the green transition, which in turn will help European companies. But all of this cannot be at the expense of the single market, with member states outspending each other. Investing in the single market is the solution, enabling it to be the life jacket for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cavazzini.
Z této krize úspěšně. Děkuji.
The ceremony is closed.
Dobrý deň. Ďalším bodom programu sú vyhlásenie Rady a komisie k 30.
The next part of the program are the statements by the Commission and the Council. The first, Jessica Roswell has the floor.
President, honourable members, Commissioner.
Pani komisarz,
facing multiple challenges. While the European economy still had not fully recovered from the COVID-related crisis and its severe socio-economic consequences, the Russian military aggression against Ukraine led to numerous disruptions in global value chains and to a significant increase in the energy prices in Europe. On top of that, third countries have adopted legislation providing for state and schemes to help domestic companies move to a greener model, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act, which could have a negative impact on the competitiveness. While addressing these issues in the short term, we should not lose sight of what the Union has to do in order to be competitive in the long term. The basic fundamentals and the success of the single market, common regulation, standard settings, innovation, mutual recognition, level playing field with competition policy and state aid rules has been our biggest asset. Therefore, the Union's response to these challenges relies to a large extent on the improvement of the single market. First, we need to ensure crisis. This is why the Presidency will treat as a priority the Commission's proposal on the single market emergency instrument. Once in place, it should facilitate effective cooperation, solidarity and communication between EU institutions, Member States and other stakeholders in case of crisis. Second, we need to continue our efforts to enforce existing rules and better regulation agenda. In these challenging times, we need to be aware of the burden European companies are carrying, not at least the SMEs, who are the backbone of the European economy. Because it is these SMEs that bring forward smart, innovative solutions that play a key role in the green and digital transition. Therefore, we cannot overburden them with unnecessary rules and regulations. Instead, we need to be smart and selective as regulators and make sure that the EU's economy is boosted, not burdened with new EU initiatives. Thirdly, we must acknowledge that our economy, our businesses and our startups need to be properly financed to face current and future global challenges and avoid fragmentation within the Union. Europe in recent years, but we are still lagging behind the US and China. These investments gaps can be reduced by completing the banking union and integrate well-functioning capital market union. We also need to address the fact that European companies risk relocating to third countries in search of large venture capital investors. In short, a robust single market where we give each other access to goods and services that can flow across the borders in a competitive market is the best way to build the EU resilience in the future. All these topics are key priorities for the Swedish presidency. Debates among member states will take place at expert ministerial and leaders level, and not at least with the European Parliament. I look forward to continue our common work on the success story that is the single market. Thank you for your attention.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a teraz aj...
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the European Commission, the executive...
Al Commissioni.
You have the floor.
Honourable.
Hyvät jäsenet.
I'm very glad that
Jeg er rigtig glad for, at
this debate. The single market is one of our great success stories. It shows what our democracy can achieve when we work together.
Care arată ce poate să realizeze democrația și
zeigt, was Demokratie ausmachen kann.
Majandusdimensioonile annab ühtne turg.
As citizens, the single market
na světovou úroveň.
Wherever we want in Europe.
Żyć, pracować tam,
rules, and we have a greater choice of products at lower prices. It allows us to shop online across Europe, to make electronic payments in euros, and for roaming across the Union. At the same time, the single market significantly expands the horizon and the scope of opportunities for European businesses. It brings higher legal certainty, greater access to markets, more economy, value chains. In addition, thanks to the single market, European businesses can bid for public procurement contracts anywhere in Europe. And this makes doing business easier and cheaper, creating jobs and creating growth everywhere. This does not mean that the single market is complete or that the achievements just mentioned can be taken for granted. As the COVID pandemic had shown us, when member states act individually by closing their borders or introducing intra-EU export bans on medical equipment, on grain, on raw materials, well, then the whole function of the single market is jeopardized. We saw clear examples of that. In the beginning of the pandemic, such as shortages of essential products, huge traffic jams at the frontiers, preventing the free movement of essential workers. And recent crises have also triggered wider awareness of the need to address Europe's strategic dependencies on third countries and enhance Europe's independency. And this is in particular the case for sectors and technologies that are based on raw materials or microprocessors where Europe
bestimmte Rohstoffe zurückzuführen sind.
Finally,
Žavljani še naprej poročajo
of rules, lengthy or diverse national administrative procedures that really
administrativni postopki v državah članicah
on free cross-border trade and investment in the single market, as well as citizens' ability to provide services across border. However, as said, the single market is not complete. Its achievement cannot be taken for granted, and it requires work and effort to preserve it, to make it future-proof, every day. First, we must reflect on the single market, how it can further support the acceleration of the green and digital transition. And we also need to assure that the rules agree
digital e ecológica e fazemos
collectively in every member state. A key initiative in this regard is the Single Market Enforcement Task Force, which is working to prevent and to remove obstacles. In addition, we need to deepen the single market and consider which areas may benefit from stronger cooperation. For example, in the area of services where we're still lagging behind. And we need to put the small and medium-sized businesses to the center of our attention. After having suffered the consequences of the pandemic, they are now challenged by soaring energy prices and lack of skilled employees. Finally, we need to strengthen the single market force of projection and think of the single market in its global perspective. The single market is a base, it's a hub, it's a protection in a challenging global environment. It's our tool to uphold our values. For instance, when it comes to principles of privacy,
naszych wartości, takich zasad jak prywatność,
as our high green and environmental protection objectives, and of course, our social standards. I'm looking very much forward for this debate. That will be the starting point of the next 30 years of the single market. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. And the following speaker for the EPP, Mr. Andreas Schwab. Sir, you have the floor.
Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin.
President, Madam Commissioner, distinguished colleagues, the single market is far more exciting than what we have heard so far, because if we didn't have a single market, we would now have to invent it. And you, Vice President, have just told us that the single market... Quite right. In Germany, we know that the single market helps us do business. Because we know that in economic terms, we are able to allow small and medium-sized enterprises to be active across national borders. They don't have export departments. And the same applies to workers as well. Because we have 55 or 56 million jobs that only exist by virtue of the existence of the single market. But it's far more than just an economy. We just heard that opening up of borders would not have been possible if the economy had not pushed for that opening market. Anniversary as an opportunity to take stock of what we've achieved and what we need to do, for example, to assist Ukraine in its battle against Russia, because we live in a market which allows us that freedom and openness, and that way all of our citizens are motivated to try and preserve our economic clout. Now, looking to the future, the Council is going to have to weigh up whether we didn't now ought to be taking further steps forward, because we've got rules, of course, which bind us together in Europe, and that is why we hope that you, Madam Minister, emergency measures for the single market and look where constructively we might still be able to make progress in Europe. For example, what about home office rules? Something there that we need to settle and is particularly important in border areas. All kinds of other ideas out there as well. All kinds of things we need to talk about. A lot of this is technical, but it's also extremely exciting. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi za skupinu SN.
Nästa taler är fru
Thank you very much.
Kiitoksia paljon, puhemies.
Intet mindre end en kronjuvel i det europæiske samarbejde. I løbet af de sidste 30 år har det indre marked skabt arbejdspladser, velstand og velfærd i EU, og sådan håber jeg, at det skal fortsætte. Vi fejrer i dag.
I hope that it will continue to do so.
Alle gode opfindelser.
With any good invention, it's important to continue to improve things. That holds true for the single market too. So looking forward, I'd like to make a few suggestions as to what we can do going forward. First of all, I think it's important for us to make sure that we adapt the single market. I think we really should move on from Mark I to Mark II in terms of globalization, because all of this is about
koska tässä on kyse myös geopolitiikasta ja meillä pitää.
That is why we need to make sure that we can be
situacijama koje se pojavljuju
move forward in that direction. Also, of course, the single market is faced with two great transitions, the green one and the digital one. Really ambitious goals, we have targets, we have objectives. Let's continue in
Musimy kontynuować tę drogę.
lead here. Let us continue to do that. And is of the essence. We have legislation, we need to
Pats įgyvendinimas yra labai svarbu.
all the good laws that we already have are actually in
Pomoże. Ustawodawstwo trzeba.
We will be able to also celebrate very soon, in 30 years' time, the 60th anniversary of the single market. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi za skupinu Renew, pani Dita Charanzová.
The next speaker on behalf of Renew, Mrs. Charanzová.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Madam Executive Vice President. Well, the single market...
Gospa podpredsednica komisije.
Giving. Our lives are better because of the single market, with safer products, more choices, and lower prices. It is the single market that keeps our supermarket shelves full and that makes it so Europeans can feel safety shopping anywhere in Europe. The single market is the secret to a richer and safer Europe. The single market is always a work in progress. Every year, we must continue to work to make the single market better for our citizens. After 30 years, however, the four freedoms are still not complete. It is time to renew our commitment to removing barriers and especially preventing new ones. Today, we find member states looking inwards, seeking national solutions to European problems. I am here to say clearly that national measures that fragment the single market are member states shooting themselves in the foot, just as the British did by leaving
britid seda tegid, lahkudes sellest.
Coordinated national subsidies, national regulations, national requirements are the death of the single market by 1,000 cuts. Let us not kill the golden goose which keeps our union united. Instead, let us invest in it and strengthen it. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of the Greens, Mrs. Cavazzini.
Głos zabierze pani Cavazzini.
Yeah, dear colleagues, we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the single market. I looked back at the achievements already in my first speech, and now I think it is really important also in this debate that we look forward, that we also did this with the hearing and the resolution in the IMCO committee, so thanks to all the colleagues who also contributed to our debates in our committee, to the resolution that we are voting tomorrow. I want to mention 3 points where I think we need an update of the single market, where we need to develop it further to really cope with the current challenges. First, we have to speed up the green transition. In this regard, sustainable products have to be the norm on our single market. If all product groups end up complying with minimum sustainability standards, we are making the sustainable choice a default one for the consumers. And this is what they are asking for. And this is why the European Commission needs to deliver on the promised right to repair initiative, to save money, to save energy, and to protect our resources, to make our internal market a proper green market.
Et meie ühtne turg oleks päriselt roheline.
Organization in the EU must be human-centered, based on our high democratic, data protection and sustainability standards. The digital market digital services are shaping our lives, our democracy. But there's so much left to do to ensure that the rights and freedoms applying offline also apply online. And third, And a lot of colleagues mentioned this today already. We need better enforcement to make legislation a reality and leverage the single market's power also globally. European businesses deserve a level playing field. With our high standards applied to imports, and in turn, European businesses will profit from European standards that will become a global yardstick. Already now, the single market's high social and environmental, but also digital standards spill over and shape globalization.
Miljømæssige standarder, de breder sig også i resten af verden.
Today, to debate the future of our single market. Thank you very much.
Děkuji vám za pozornost. Děkuji.
Much. The next speaker is, on behalf of ID, Madame Giron.
Thank you. Today, you would like to celebrate the 30 years of a single market. Yes, Maastricht has a bottom line. What we've seen, 30 years of offshoring to East Asia. We've also seen the Spanish TGV is now coming to France, as well as many French car companies. As Aston knocking of Alstom, amongst others. Unfair tax cap.
Zeleni puritanizam, to je...
What we've seen is that there has been an increase
zvyšovanie cien energií, ktoré
industry, as well as hurting our industry as a whole, and we can see that we have no factories left behind. President Macron, he just has to turn off the lights as he leaves. Now, I believed in Europe a few years back. We still had a pharmaceutical industry, we had heat at school and cheap fuel. And now it takes about a year to get a new vehicle, and it's difficult to know whether or not you'll be able to purchase oil in the supermarket. In
13 miljarder.
Industry, what we've seen is that there's been a trade deficit of some 70 billion. So we must fight back. We cannot have the shortages of pharmaceutical products or the digital and electronic industry. Let us look to what's happening in Singapore and Joe Biden, who at 80 can no longer walk. He has realized that the U.S. must come first with his new IRA. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystúpi za skupinu ECR.
Thank you very much for ECR. Mr. Adam Bielan has the floor.
The President, the Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, since its creation in 1993, the single market has been instrumental. In the face of the 2008 financial crisis, it has helped to ensure the resilience of our economies. Later, during the pandemic, it has enabled member states to respond in a coordinated manner, purchasing vaccines together. Now, dealing with the fossil fuel, it is again enabling Europe to stand united. We can proudly say today that the single market is the EU's people, goods and capital. Sadly, the free movement of services has been left behind due to a lack of political will. Therefore, I would like to remind on this special has not yet been reached for EU services, failing to deliver up to 450 additional billion euros per year in our economy. I believe we can do more, and I'm looking forward to working with you on this in the coming years. Thank you.
Grazie.
As next, for the left, Mrs. Katarzyna Konečná has the floor, please.
Děkuji, vážená paní.
Thank you. Madam Commissioner, colleagues. Well, at first sight, the idea of a single market sounds brilliant, but beneath the sparkle of one of the fundamental European freedoms, we will find it's not as rosy as it seems. Many assume that Czechia has clearly benefited from a single market, but it is a fact that we live in a country where the Czechs don't own anything at all. We are foreigners in our own country because everything is owned by corporations from other countries. Start with petrol stations,
vores benzinstationer,
companies and chain stores and industry. Well, you would think it's nothing much, but the problem is that that thesis applies only in good times. In crisis, own interests come first, and the recent crises have confirmed that. For years, we have fought for a liberalized energy market. Well, you colleagues fought for it, and what's the result? Czechia, which is not one of the richest, the highest energy prices because we produce it cheaply, then it goes to the exchange, then other richer countries buy it all off, and then we have to buy it back for Western prices. And the problem is accelerated further because once they get this energy, they find it too dear, and then Germany compensates that expense to its own companies. So when the differences in the economies of our member states continue to grow. And if this will continue, the sales off of companies and the big differences, it will become even worse. Another example, medicines market. There is now a shortage of medicines, for example, against bronchitis. And from the point of view of the single market, it's good as any others. So single market fully applies. And because they cost less in Eastern Europe, other countries buy them then, relabel them, and then our patients do not have enough. We have to talk about an exemption for medicines. They should not be traded like anything else. There is a lot to correct, and I hope it won't last another 30 years. I would wish that the next 30 years will be better and will be truly helpful to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As next is Mrs.
Urmează doamna Tot.
President, Madam Commissioner, the single market is one of the most important achievements of the European Union.
Od najvažnijih postignuća europske.
Important measures that have made life easier for our Europe.
Har sett ett antal beslut som underlättar
the abolition of roaming charges, and yet I don't feel a cause for celebration. The coronavirus, the war, the resulting economic crises have shown that we still have our work cut out for us. It's important for the European Union to really
jest to, by Unia Europejska skupiała się na działaniach
citizens that will develop the economy rather than spending time on futile ideological debates that query the powers of the member states. I think it's time for a new era, one of increasing European competitiveness. Global challenges, intensified economic competition with the United States require targeted support small and medium-sized businesses, and we need to make better use of the potential of the single market. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pablo Arias Echeverría. The floor is yours.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Vice President, in this post-COVID pandemic period, we now have the war in Ukraine, and despite all of this, it is so welcome to have a day of celebration, 30 years of the single market. It's one of the greatest achievements of the European Union and perhaps the best tool that we have for peace, prosperity on our continent. So many things have been achieved, many challenges have been overcome, and it's true that we have seen some frustrations over the course of time, as, for example, there was Brexit. Some were stating that there would be more opportunity for the UK outside of the single market, but what we can see is that is not the case whatsoever. Began to work on the single digital market, and Europe was somewhat behind because it wasn't focusing on the transition, whereas other countries were focusing on that, specifically the United States. In 2014, the European Commission realized this and therefore decided to take the digital market and make it one of its top priorities. Today, what we can see is that here in Europe, we are in the avant-garde with our DSA and our DMA. two regulations that lay the foundation.
El mundo online en base a nuestros
should look like based on European values. Nonetheless, we cannot
Me emme voi
tirgus regulējumu, bet mums ir jāturpina stiprināt.
Through the law on AI, we must remember
det indre marked
some of its parts, and we need to make sure that this is expanded globally. Looking at barriers, we have to break these down to give
firm, szczególnie dla naszych MŚP. Tylko dzięki
specifically our SMEs. That is, more Europe is the only way that we will be able to be more influential in a more globalized and digital world. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia...
Thank you very much. Mrs. Elena Borzan has the floor, please.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Common market is one of the largest EU achievements, since it provides a better life, better jobs, better products and services for millions of people, and creates over 56 million of jobs. The EU is the global leader when it comes to high consumer protection standards and protection of workers' rights, as well as the quality of products and services. Now, more than ever, it is important to strengthen our market's resilience to crisis, but also to make it more modern and more sustainable for the future. The rights of our citizens, both online and offline, must be the same, and measures to protect them implemented with the same level of quality. Furthermore, our market must become more sustainable by strengthening new models of production and consumption, markets of second-hand goods, as well as through
nejen kupovat, ale i opravovat.
And the right to repair must be readily available to them. They must be protected from misleading advertising and practices. Inflation leads to the increase of prices for end users, and this is why it is more important than ever to ensure that our citizens get the best of our market, and everybody's voice must be heard, whether we are addressing product quality or the abolishment of geo-blocking. We all must have the same rights. For us Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, it is fundamental to have a fair and equitable market where the protection of the weakest is a priority for all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Svenja Hahn has the floor.
Liebe Kollegen, colleagues, on anniversaries, people like to look back at the past and make plans for the future. And on the 30th anniversary of the single market, we can say that it is rightly at the very heart.
A já bych měla 3 narozeninová přání, tak aby to...
Vi skal have fair for it in future. I want fair competition, economic cooperation and social opportunities.
Konkurrens, ja, made in Europe måste bygga på...
Europe must be created through attractive ideas and good conditions, such as affordable electricity prices, but not through protectionism and spiralling subsidies, because economic cooperation in the single market has much more potential. We must complete the digital single market so that successful companies can grow from good ideas, and externally we must strengthen the single market through more free trade, especially with democratic partners. Social opportunities need smart laws that advance digitalization and progress. Above all, we need to be bold enough to unleash technological progress instead of stifling innovation. We need the brightest minds, education, mobility in the EU, and also through skilled immigration, because a strong single market is the best engine we have for a thriving economy, for good jobs, and thus for opportunities for every single European. Commissioner Vestager and Minister, you have your work cut out. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. As next is Mrs.
Dear colleagues, when looking at the past 30 years, we can all agree that the single market has been essential for European integration. Businesses and consumers have benefited, and it has strengthened the EU position in the world. But please, let's not only congratulate ourselves. It's essential that we're also self-critical on how the single market project has left many people behind.
Prema jedinstvenom tržištu, kako je mnoge...
Obsession of market liberalization, competitiveness and efficiency. The original promise that the social dimension of the Union would grow together with the market has not been delivered on. Because what we've witnessed is the weakening of social protection and a race to the bottom on taxes. National welfare systems, public services and the quality of work are under pressure. And right now the single market is not successful in avoiding companies profiting from the inflation crisis at the expense of our citizens. The share of labour in income has been declining and the share of capital increased. Wealth is unequally individuals. And currently 2/3 of all
arbejde i dag. 2/3
by the richest 1%.
2020 roku znajduje się w rękach najbogatszego 1%.
Fix this. Thinking about the future, we have to stop pursuing the single market as a goal in itself, but rather see how we can use it
to tirgu kā uz pašmērķi.
Mums build a socially just Europe. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Mr. André Rouget has the floor, please.
Monsieur le Président.
President, dear colleague.
Täna on meil võimalik tähistada ühtse turu 30. aastat.
Of the single market. Let's take stock. We note that the single market has made the labour market more difficult. It has facilitated secondment of workers. It has also encouraged relocation. And, as far as France is concerned, thousands of jobs have been lost. The single market imposed rules on us, rules that prevent France from protecting key sectors that have to now compete with others. This is how hundreds of craftsmen, bakers, simply are unable to pay their electricity prices. We could have avoided this. The single market also made us dependent on other big powers, United States of America, China, in strategic sectors, pharmaceuticals by way of one example. The single market has also facilitated crime, arms trafficking, terrorists moving across borders. The single market has also facilitated immigration which is out of not know our cultures. The European Economic Community is the single market, the common market, coming together in order to trade, but that should not mean a suppression of national sovereignties. I'm referring to the words of Charles de Gaulle. The vision of Marine Le Pen, our vision is one of cooperation, cooperation where every state maintains its sovereignty, and that is not what we are experiencing right now. So it will be difficult for France to actually celebrate this anniversary. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Beata Mazurek has the floor, please.
Panie Przewodniczący.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the single market is a Ühtne turg on a projekt, which should not only praise its achievements, but also see its defects and work upon them. The EU market is less and less competitive if we compare it with China or the friendly USA. There is more and more burdening regulations aimed at other countries, but this will not equalize the opportunities for our companies. We need to think about the neglected areas of trade, such as services and barriers. This is the only way that we can reinforce our economy. I'd like to appeal to the Commission to finalize all the freedoms included. I'd also like to appeal, because of the growing differences between the regions, for it to get involved to assist the poorer regions of the EU so that no one is left behind. This is what I'd like to wish the single market on its 30th birthday.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalší vystupí pán Jörg.
President, Madam Minister, Madam Commissioner, distinguished colleagues, today we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the single market, and it is indeed a cause for celebration because the single market, unlike the currency union, is a real success story. We have our freedoms as well as open borders within the Schengen area, which has
mer välstånd än många
European people than most realize. The single market, this common area of freedom and prosperity, is one which we must decisively defend. Now, part of that is defending our external borders as well as fighting against subsidies. The Commission is responsible for defending the achievements of the single market. Unfortunately, it is not something that Ms. van der Leyen is doing. We have existential threats to our economic prosperity. We also have a Commission climate goals. So, let's perhaps tone down some of our celebrations today and roll up our sleeves and get down to work. Let's not waste any more time. There's a great deal that could be lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ivan Stefanec has the floor, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm convinced that the single market is the European Union's most successful project to date. It created millions of new jobs, higher standards of living, and to peace and cooperation.
Mehr Zusammenarbeit unter den Ländern.
Struggled with each other for centuries. For the first time in 30 years, however, the single market is facing several challenges at once. The Kremlin's aggression against Ukraine, global supply chains disruption, rising protectionism of the US, and increases the significance of our
Tämä kaikki on vaikeuttanut
competitive and keep jobs in Europe. We must continue to strengthen the powers of the single market. Freedom goes hand in hand with responsibility, and this is also
hand in hand met verantwoordelijkheid. Dat geldt ook voor de
challenges remind us that neither democracy nor economic growth are not
v práci s občanmi a
with citizens and reminding them how important this project is. We must protect common market and deepen it. We must finalize common services, digital market, common market with energies. That's the most important. At the same time, and improved access to capital for SMEs, mutual recognition of qualification, single electronic standards, which will create even more jobs, 279 billion a year and 300 additional billions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's use this opportunity when we are celebrating 30 years of single market. Let us take a look back why EU was created, and let us concentrate as much as possible on helping our citizens.
Ċentraw fuq kif ħanejnu ċ-ċittadin.
Common single market. Thank you very much.
Lahko enotni trg prinese državljanov v prihodnje.
Mr. Alex Saliba has the floor, please.
Roaming b'xejn iċ-charger.
Free roaming, the common charger, the freedom to live and travel freely in Europe, the protection for consumers, even for compensation, better standards for products, competitive choices, cheaper prices, online shopping in the EU, the freedom to negotiate and access for small companies in Europe. This is the achievement of the single market. The single market is not a destination, but a tool that can improve the quality of life of our citizens, to help Europe react to emergencies, including the pandemic, the lack of essential services like medicine,
des médicaments et la crise de l'énergie suit
crisis. The single market is a story of success, one of the many of the European Union.
Viens no daudziem Eiropas Savienībā.
Focus on resilience and protection in the digital market. What is illegal in the physical market needs to be illegal in the digital market. We need to apply the same rules in the digital world as well. We need to ensure that our consumers, our workers, our SMEs are protected in these new realities that we are living in. We need resilient strategies to ensure that this market is a catalyst for the economy, but also for our citizens, because it protects their interests and their fundamental rights. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. As next is Mr. Sando Gozi. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. The single market is one of the greatest successes of Europe. It's an opportunity and freedom for all of us. Having said that, in a time of crisis, too frequently it is victim to national selfishness. With the energy challenges we face, it would be of utmost importance to establish a fund that would protect our citizens, and it shouldn't just come down to state aid. The situation would only get worse. There would be more fragmentation and divisions of the market. And it would be ridiculous to think that if we all act alone, we'll be able to face this enormous crisis that we have to face. What we've noticed is that there were some 300
miliardów to był koszt.
Qui avait écrit un rapport sur les coûts du non-marché.
Report was written on the subject.
Om hvad det kostede ikke at have et fælles marked. I dag kan vi sige, at det koster altså også mange penge, hvis vi ikke har et ordentligt indre marked.
We should take example of what we're doing in competition policy, another chance for us to reform our treaties and to reform our union. Thank you, President.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalší vystúpi pán.
Thank you. The next is Marcel Collea. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. Madam Executive Vice President, Madam Minister. The single market seeks to guarantee the four freedoms, and thanks to that, European citizens can study, live,
Europese burgers kunnen studeren,
business, retire, you name it, in any EU country they wish to. In order to secure all this, we need to regularly adjust rules on the single market to adapt to new situations. One of such adjustments is
ja üks selline uus reaalsus
for a fair, competitive and trustworthy digital single market.
Et meil oleks olemas ka õiglane
The right choice. And there are many more legislative acts in which we can contribute to the digital single market, but we will need to make the right choices. The Artificial Intelligence Act, the Media Freedom Act, the European Identity Wallet, the rules on political advertising, to name just some of these legislative acts. And at the same time, the 30th anniversary is a great opportunity to remind our commitment to a single market that delivers for consumers and businesses. We have to eliminate digital barriers that prevent citizens from accessing online services across member states equally, such as geo-blocking of digital services. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. A ďalší vystúpi pán.
Thank you. Next is Carlo Fidanza. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Welcome, Minister, Madam Commissioner. The single market remains an achievement worth defending. We must have the real economy and small and medium-sized enterprises at the centre of our concerns. The only winners must not be the multinationals. Following on from Brexit, COVID and the crisis in Ukraine, it's important that we shorten supply chains and that we reshore strategic industries back to Europe and make sure that third countries, starting with China, maintain our standards, as well as reducing taxes, bureaucracy and regulation and investing competitiveness. We have the American Anti-Inflation Plan, Inflation Reduction Act, and we therefore have to look at the single market, defend it, and make sure it is not destroyed. But we have to make sure that we do things that add value and do not lead to increased unfair competition.
Pekne, ďalšia vystúpi pani Enika Győri. Prosím, máte slovo.
Enika Győri has the floor.
Dear colleagues, we are celebrating, and yet we know that the single market is not working perfectly. Its benefits are unevenly distributed. Some member states and their companies are benefiting. Study, 80% of the gains to be made from the current relaxation of state aid rules goes to French and the Commission should guarantee a level playing field in the single market, but this principle has been violated with the and now with subsidies. Furthermore, by withholding EU funds which are due to Hungary and Poland, the Commission is putting countries, their companies and their regions at a disadvantage in the single market, and it's doing so at a time when war and sanctions have caused energy prices to soar, inflation is inhumanly high, and the machinations of our competitors, see for instance the protectionist green policy of the USA, are weakening Europe's to the Commission's actual mandate. Commissioner, may I ask you to do your utmost to put an end to this unlawful situation so that Hungarian and Polish SMEs can also fully compete on equal terms in the single market? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is...
Tack så mycket. Då går ordet.
Voorzitter, commissaris, collega's, ik ben een kind uit de jaren 90.
President, Minister, Commissioner, colleagues, now I grew up with the single market that we know today. We have seen that the market is one that has grown significantly. In my region, in Belgium, where there is a border, we can see that without the
Köpa varor.
Our neighboring countries, but also those without. And in the farm industry, we've seen that that is significant. In fact, we are considered in my region to be one of the breadbaskets of Europe, and we're extremely proud of this fact. The single market has meant that we've been able to also access better products. But we cannot stand idly by. We must do market. I believe firmly that it mean that we can face the future together. After we have been able to move from strength to strength. We were able, for example, to strengthen the health union, and now we need to focus on defense and energy. Let us celebrate the 30th anniversary, but we must also understand that the single market is fundamental for us to have peaceful cooperation in Europe. We can promote the well-being, and it is really a tool to strengthen the position of Europe in the world. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi.
Tak for det. Næste taler er fru...
You have the floor.
Madam Minister, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, the internal market, just like everybody said here today, is the core of the European Union. It is a platform. We've called it so many names. Yes, it is the foundation of this house. But the foundation is not the only thing that matters. It is important to focus on the building itself. We have to think about how to modernize the single market, how to make it strong and competitive in the world. How do we make the free movement of workers and goods realities? I will not refer to the single market as you did, because as a Romanian, I do not see it as a single market. I see it as an internal market. That is why I hope that Sweden is ambitious enough to unite the two segments, the non-Schengen market and the Schengen market. And Madam Commissioner, I also believe that it is very important the way we protect the single market. That is why you must implement the
Deswegen müssen Sie auch die
that third countries do create unfair competition to our producers. We also need to focus on consumer protection. We all have these obligations, the member states, the Commission, the Council, and the citizens themselves. We have the obligation to protect the single market because it is a good thing for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Vod Marius Botos. You have the floor.
President, Executive Vice President, Minister, the single market is undoubtedly one of the largest.
O piață de aproximativ 450 de
Talking about approximately 450 million consumers abiding by harmonized rules in nearly all fields. This is the greatest asset for us EU citizens. The free movement makes it so, and it's a lot easier to trade and travel, but we need to complete this project. Without the free movement of people, we see endless queues on the internal borders. The immigration and the pandemic led to the reintroduction of border controls, and even after the danger was averted, it took a while for traffic to resume as normal. Also, there are countries such as mine which are not part of the Schengen area, and this creates difficulties for the economy and the consumers in those countries. They are EU member states, but they are kept outside its borders. There are also difficulties for the transporters. A free movement of goods cannot exist without the free movement of citizens. For the single market to be truly a success story, all member states have to be truly part of the EU. If we want a single market, we need to eliminate these last obstacles. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalší vystúpi pán...
Thank you. Next one is Eugen Jurzica. You have the floor.
Dobrý večer. Ďakujem pekne, pán.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Thanks to the single market, the economic growth has increased in the EU. However, it is not only the area of economics. It helps retain peace, improve the relations between the countries, and defends the rule of law and democracy. If we completed the single market, many of the problems...
Fullbordar den inre marknaden, så kan vi...
For example, in Slovakia, in my country, the GDP would be increased by 3.7 up to 5 billion euro, and that's approximately the amount which is provided to the education as such, or the entire area of health care. Let's not forget that behind the success, what has been and perhaps will be in future the single market, not the centrally planned economy. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi pán Krzysztof Hetman. Prosím, máte slovo.
Thank you. Next is Krzysztof Hetman. You have the floor.
Komisarz, Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, the single market is a beating heart of Europe. This is a pillar which provides for unity and for force. GDP
giver os enhed og styrke.
Thanks to it, and the GDP of Poland was growing 1.5%. Market. The single market is also our protective shield in crises, and we witnessed that during the pandemic, but also during the crisis which was a result.
Brutální invaze Ruska na Ukrajině.
Crisis also showed areas which should be reinforced. Therefore, just like we have to take care of our heart, we also need to take care of our single market so that this market brings more benefits in the future. First of all, we should concentrate on putting down unnecessary
få fjernet de unødvendige
barrierer. Burden for our entrepreneurs in order to free the full potential. We should also provide for the implementation of ambitious act, for example, digital market.
Wreszcie musimy zapewnić, aby...
Finally, we must do our utmost so that the single market is immune to crises and provides for good replies and answers to difficult services and to react once we have deficits. And here we would need the extraordinary tool for the single market. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Brando Benifei. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. There are many defects, of course, in the Union and as well as in the single market.
del mondo,
per lo sviluppo economico, oltre al vantaggio per i consumatori europei, tra i più protetti al mondo.
Gøre forholdene bedre for forbrugerne, fordi vi...
Processo che non va dato per scontato, ma va anzi continuamente aggiornato e sostenuto. Sono perciò fiero di aver lavorato come relatore al programma per il mercato interno che ne finanzia il funzionamento.
I'm sorry, you might need to start again because the English translation is out for the moment. Just 1 second before they... Yeah.
مش اتصال allora.
Or I switch to English.
I hope it works now, so please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I? Okay. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, President. As I was saying, amongst the many defects of the European Union, certainly the single market is one of our success stories, both for Europe as well as for its image in the world. Consumers who are some of the best protected anywhere else in the world. And this is a success, however, that we must not take for granted, but rather it is one that must be updated as well as supported. And that is why I'm so proud to have served as rapporteur on the single market programme for the funding and functioning within the many other colleagues. I am striving to
modernizzare il
market. We have the first transversal regulation on digital efficiency anywhere in the world, and we have worked on this along with Vice President Vestager, and it is only if we remain united as Europeans that we will be able to give a real future to our continent and make sure that we do things better and also give a better image of our social and economic integration in order to overcome the crises which we face at the present time. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalšia vystúpi pani Katarína.
Thank you very much. Next up, Katarina Rinzema. The floor is yours.
Chair, 30-year European single market. I think we should be proud of the achievements and the opportunities which our European single market has brought us. Our SMEs especially should be acknowledged.
Para as PMEs devem ser destacadas.
They are the backbone of our European economy. But we should not take all these benefits for granted. Some don't. Our European single market is not something we can afford to lose. The single market is a fundamental tool to foster our strategic
værktøj for at få autonomi.
But by strengthening our strategic sectors and by ratifying more trade agreements, we are strong. I believe our cooperation within the single market has proven crucial in responding to the crisis we have faced so far, but we need to do more. And for the future, we shall further development, because we really need to do more. We should actively support our SMEs and ensure a level playing field for our single market for granted. Thank you.
Trgovačka društva. Nemojmo uzimati.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Mr. Bourgeois. The floor is yours.
Als commissaris, minister, meer het
Commissioner, Minister.
È sicuramente la pietra
of the European Union. Trade in the single market.
8-9% av BNP, men vi är inte färdiga.
Creates 56 million jobs and 8.
Markt wat een enorme groei.
Been pleading for the completion of our single market for years. It's about increasing prosperity. I would like to urge the Commission to combat de facto protectionism. There are de facto borders. There's a refusal to accept Flemish
zemědělství nebo potravinářství
French-made products. And we want to look at the
is dus reden tot vieren, collega's.
Make sure that small member states don't lose out. A lot has been achieved, but the Commission still has a lot left to do. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi.
Thank you very much. The next to take the floor, Madame Carvalho, the floor is yours.
Senhor Presidente, Senhora Vice-Presidente.
President, Vice President, Minister, dear colleagues, the single market is one of the greatest achievements of the European project. Since 1993, we have brought down thousands of technical barriers, legal and bureaucratic, free movement of goods. Over the deepened. Today it is a space of prosperity and freedom. 450 million European citizens enjoy access to goods, services and employment. It promotes
cultural nos 27 Estados-membros.
27 member states. And yet, we shouldn't take any of this for granted. Further integration of the single market is a continuing process, and there are still obstacles, technical obstacles, excessive regulation, excessive red tape. And there are political barriers too, because there continues to
naďalej sme svedkami protekcionizmu.
They have an agenda where they'd like to see this project fail, and Europe should respond to these challenges with more cooperation and fewer obstacles, with
projet européen, il faut des règles adaptées à
market. And we should build an EU energy market, fully realizing the single market is so important for the well-being of European people and for us on the international stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, Madame Leitão Marques. You have the floor.
440
Aitäh. Million consumers, 23 million.
500.000 θέσεις απασχόλησης.
Years that mark the single market, and they tell you a great deal about how successful it's been. Anniversaries are time to celebrate, of course, but also to look to the future. That's why we've got three challenges which we need to tackle. Accountants, architects still have obstacles when it comes to providing service under the internal market. We need to do something about that. We also need a more ambitious social agenda which levels up policies, giving us the best area on the planet, the part of the planet that treats its workers best. And finally, we've been so 48 of them in total. It's sort of strange, Madam Vice President, that we're not really so concerned about consumers, who are the reason we... European Consumer Protection Agency that's integrated, harmonised and more effective.
Por 30 años de éxitos y por todos los que...
And the rest, what's yet to come, well done to the single market and the people who set it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we'll have Mr. Zlotowski. Please take the floor.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowna Pani Komisarz.
President, Madam Commissioner, the European Union is above all an organisation with economic objectives, and the single market is one of its.
Jedan je od najvećih uspjeha.
A market where there's trade without any obstacles, it's an ideal that we need to strive for. By Parliament last year, we highlight the problems that exist, urgent, detailed action by the Commission, the crisis of
Az infláció a pandémia által okozott
affects us all, leads to protectionist tendencies.
Voor een vrij verkeer van diensten.
There are controls that have to be eliminated. There are penalties which aren't adapted, but there are local administrations which prevent the proper functioning of foreign companies, including SMEs. Also,
commercio elettronico esistono anche barriere.
In online commerce, there are barriers which make things more difficult for SMEs and also for consumers. I hope that this anniversary will be the opportunity to reflect constructively, so see what we can do more so that the single market works better and is even more single.
Благодаря. Next, we'll have Mr. Sokol.
Jedinstveno tržište je jedno od najvećih...
Dear colleagues, the single market is one of the greatest achievements.
Ďakujem pekne. Vnútorný trh je jeden z najväčších...
To the European single market, European citizens can freely move, study, get a job, and work in all the member states. There are 56 million jobs, and it generates a large portion of the European. In the EU, without fearing having huge bills, they can get a job in any member state, and soon enough they will also be able to.
Och inom kort kommer man också att kunna använda.
It is often neglected. The opportunity to make the single market a true political priority. Given these circumstances, we must and to protect the consumers. In areas like labeling, food labeling, and other important areas for consumers. I would like to also say that the free movement of capital and goods must function in times of crisis, unless we want for the European integration to fall apart. This is a key. The single market is the key.
Ühisturg on võtmetähtis. Piac elengedhetetlen
of living.
Thank you very much. Next to take the floor, Mr. Repasi, you have the floor.
Ďakujem, pán prezident, liebe Kollegen. Dear colleagues, Europe won't be built in one fell swoop. It will be concrete steps where we create a solidarity of facts.
Isto é elemento fundamental do...
And for the past 30 years with the single market, and even before that it was being created, but the single market has a bigger goal, a political goal. It brings down national barriers, it creates bridges between people, and through this solidarity,
ne
sont pas tant éloignés que cela les uns des autres.
Hand in hand. Yes, we can be proud of the economic strength and the success of the single market, the fact that it's brought us together and has brought growth. But solidarity means more than economic freedoms. We need to have common protection standards and redistribution. The internal market
garanciákra egy valódi szociális Európáját.
That means protection of consumers. It means that we protect against
Steueroptimierung verunmöglichen und Regeln für Online-Märkte.
And that we have online rules, which means that there are no loopholes for dangerous products. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Next up, we'll have Mr. Nissinen. Please take the floor.
På 1990-talet uppnådde EU något fantastiskt som
The EU has achieved something which is the envy of the world, the single market, representing over 500 million people. And we've been able to produce better things, create fair competition without...
Tyvärr hotas denna...
And European well-being has thereby... Story occurring, unfortunately, in an ever more centralised Europe should be something which could be a model for other things, as a genuine multi-ethnic Europe would take shape. What we actually need in the internal market is to build on the success and allow more growth.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Madam Angelika Niebler. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, President, Madam Vice President, Madam Minister, colleagues. 30 years of the single market. What a magnificent success of the European Union. What have we not achieved in these 30 years? Trade barriers were removed.
Tavaroita käytävää kauppaa EUn sisällä.
EU, and there are no more customs duties. Craftspeople from my region can sell throughout the EU. A master's degree in Germany is recognised in other member states. Erasmus is a success. Lots of young people have an opportunity to do part of their studies in another European country. There are no roaming fees. Smaller milestones were achieved in cross-border dispute resolution. There was a one-stop shop for companies so that they only need to once. So this is a huge achievement to do. The member states are very inventive when it comes to setting up new trade barriers. I mean, big milestone in the single market, which we're celebrating today. 20 years, colleagues. We've been working for 20 years to get a single patent and a single patent court in Europe. On the 1st of April, this will finally be achieved. It'll be possible to have one
le brevet unique avec
une That's a huge milestone which we can be particularly proud of.
Możemy być w Europie dumni, bo
for many years, with many colleagues pressing for this, that the member states to finally get this done. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystupí pani Klára.
Thank you very much. Next up, Madam Aguilera. The floor is yours.
Gracias, Presidente. Thank you, President, Vice President, Minister. Good evening, everyone. We have good reason to celebrate the success of the single market. We shouldn't have a complex and shy away from this celebration. The single market has been a resounding success, and we need to continue to work to further improve it, to further consolidate this union. A main pillar of European integration. It's been good. We've had good results. But we need to continue to look at elements which hinder the market, such as fragmentation, protectionism, and anti-European feeling. Here we have seen how the anti-European
mercado único não agrada aos anti-europeus.
We have to fight against that. We have to be proud, never resting on our laurels. So we've overcome difficult times, Brexit, the pandemic, and now war. But it is clear that unity and working together will make us even better. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi pán Michiel Hoogeveen. Prosím.
Dziękuję. Will be Mr. Michiel Hoogeveen. The floor is yours.
Heeft het woord.
1960 schreef de
In the 50s and 60s, Mr. President,
politicólogo norte-americano falou.
Americans said that European integration would have an impact on economic cooperation throughout the world, because it would allow more integration to take place, not just when it comes
ekonomické, ale aj politické, a kultúrne a sociálne a tieto
issues and culture. Federalists want to turn into a kind of intergovernmental government. But member states need to maintain their sovereignty. That's what this was about. 30 years of single markets being celebrated, perhaps we should look again at the intergovernmental idea. We are realists. There are other realists who want to make that a reality, but people want
Evropa fungovala tak, jak to chtějí evropští občané.
Want an EU that's less bureaucratic. Charles de Gaulle said, we want a Europe of states and not a Europe of bureaucrats. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia vystúpi pani.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Madam Barbara Thaler. The floor is yours.
President.
Le Président, Madame la Ministre, Madame la Vice-Présidente.
We have a birthday to celebrate today. I'm very happy about that. The 30th birthday of our
spoločného európskeho jednotného trhu.
advantage of this can be felt every day. Throughout the EU, we can all order goods, we can travel, study, work, get children, retire. We can get companies can offer their services throughout the EU. And I've seen what does it mean for European regions, in particular for my own region. Every second job is dependent directly or indirectly on
export.
Euros of goods were exported. Today, or last year, it was 16 billion euros. In nominal terms, that's an increase of
29%. C'est phénoménal.
I think it's quite right to celebrate this birthday.
Todo motivo para celebrar este aniversario, pero
in the pandemic, at least, we can see that the single market suffers in times of crisis. So it's important for me that one of the biggest achievements of the European Union shouldn't be a good weather construction, rather that we can continue to develop it and that we have more crisis resilience in the single market. Colleagues, I'd like to heard many times today, Jacques Delors said nobody falls in love. Today, if he was here today, I've been listening for the last 2 hours and I've heard a lot of different things. So it's a great pleasure to say happy birthday, single market.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a ďalšia vystúpi pani.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ, η κυρία Πεν.
Благодаря, господин председател.
Najlepša hvala.
The single market set the beginning.
Piața unică a reprezentat
ponto de partida da
Europe plays a crucial role in energy, consumer protection or protection of the environment.
În protecția mediului înconjurător.
By the same high standards, we take the leading position in a competitive energy market and a market where SMEs can thrive. The single market is the most visible example of unity, but it's not the only one. The Schengen
mas o espaço Schengen e
are equally important symbols of our unity. Therefore, Bulgaria and Romania, countries that meet all the criteria and want to complete their integration, should not remain outside these areas.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Mr. Bogovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the floor, Madam Minister, Madam Commissioner. The single market, with its 4 freedoms, is an immense.
Verkligen en stor framgång.
Safely say it is at the very heart of the European Union. Free movement across borders, free movement of goods and services, free exchange of students. This is something that is self-explanatory today, but it is so only because 30 years ago this was agreed.
Il y a 470 millions d'individus.
More than 400 million of us are using these benefits today. I myself come from Slovenia, a country that is an open economy where exports represent 80% of our GDP. 3/4 of that export goes towards the EU. And one of our studies shows that the effect of the single market, the benefits of the single market, are 5-fold compared to the effect of European funds that we receive. We also try to influence global markets in terms of climate rules, labor rules, human rights. For sure, we did well during.
Sicuramente siamo riusciti anche a.
We had joint research, joint procurement of vaccines. Today we have joint procurements of gas. There are immense challenges ahead of us. Digital security is going to be a challenge, and in light of the climate crises and meteorological crisis, we will have to find shared responses. Protectionism is something that hinders to, for sure, give this greater and greater attention. Thank you very much.
Pekne. A ďalšia vystúpi pani Lara Comi.
Next speaker will be Lara Comi. The floor is yours.
Grazie Presidente, Commissaria, signor
President, Madam Commissioner, Minister, we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the single market. When I was elected to the EP, I was 26 years old and decided to take part in.
Ancora oggi continuo a lavorare.
Who are with me today are still.
Залата работих много ангажирано, тъй като.
Move things because we all believe that Europe isn't just.
Šajā srityje.
Its recognition of professional qualification, the directive on product safety, the Digital Markets Act, Erasmus. These have just been some of the things that's achieved, which citizens have really liked, guaranteeing them freedom and prosperity. We're first in the world when it comes to producing goods and services which we export all over the world. The single market has harmonised hundreds of legislative acts and has laid down standards in terms of consumer protection. Like all creations of human beings, the single market isn't and never will be perfect. There are open issues which we need to tackle at community level, going above and beyond national selfishness which still exists today. I'm talking about tax union, the defence union, the cost of labour as common energy and industrial policy.
En ook gemeenschappelijk Europees migratiebeleid.
The war in the Ukraine, the pandemic, the waves of migrants, these require a European response, but a clear and ambiguous response. And that's why what underlies all of this is the dream of reaching a United States of Europe, a goal that we've set ourselves and I hope all of us will manage to achieve together. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalšia.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Madam Arba Kokalari, the floor is yours.
Tack, herr talman, fru kommissionär Vestager.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner Vestager. Ms. Roosevelt, the Swedish minister. The single market is 30 years old. There's plenty of reason to be proud. We have no more customs duties. That's good for consumers and companies. This makes us one of the biggest economies globally. Europe has become stronger, but I have some fears and concerns in the light of a lot of things have been weakened, so we shouldn't react so that we put up barriers in individual countries. If we want to celebrate the single market and its we must make a lot of things easier so that we can buy better products. We must strengthen
και την παροχή υπηρεσιών. Θα πρέπει στην
create a digital market which is up to
digitaalsele majandusele ja sellisele
trade isn't a threat. Free trade
trh není hrozba
for a greener and more secure Europe. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Teraz
thank you very much, and now we'll proceed to the Catch the Eye procedure, and as first speaker, Mr. Dominic Ruiz de Veza. The floor is yours.
Gracias, querido presidente. Thank you, President. It's 30 years of the single market, which has been around since the 1st of January 1993, after the signing of the Maastricht Treaty in February 92, 7th of February 1992. So it's not just the single market.
Нещата не се свеждат само до вътрешния пазар, колкото и
but it's about European citizenship.
El poder de codecisión de este Parlamento.
European foundations, the role in choosing the Commission President, and also cohesion policy. Let's remember that the single market is undoubtedly the further deepening of the first market that was established by the Coal and Steel Community Treaty. The aim thereof, lest we forget, as was written down in the Schuman Declaration, was that this community would be a step towards a federation in Europe.
The next speaker will be Mr. Mikolis. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, 30 years of the single market marks 30 years of what is the principal reason and the ultimate goal for the process of European integration, a market. Despite initial promises of a social Europe, the single market, driven by the Commission and the Court of Justice, has helped to transform into, in Wolfgang Streck's words, to allow this market to function, the EU has created mountains of legislation through various treaties, regulations and directives, whose function has generally been to promote neoliberalism, allowing the EU to erode policies from consumer rights, labour rights and social rights in the various member states. Now, we need an EU that rejects neoliberalism, and we should always put the interests of the ordinary citizen before those of the markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker on behalf of the European Commission, the Executive Vice President, Madam Margrethe Vestager. The floor is yours.
Honourable members, first of all, I want to thank you for, I think, a very interesting debate, for a number of very thoughtful points raised during this discussion. After having heard this debate, I guess that we can all agree on one common denominator. The single market is the backbone of the European Union. As such, it needs to be preserved in times of crisis, fully implemented where there are
plně implementován, pokud dochází,
and adjusted when it comes to obsolete developments in our economy. And there is another common denominator of this debate, and that is ambition. Ambitions for more, for better, for deeper single market, for a single market that is fairer, where competition is the rule and where sustainability is promoted. And that ambition is what we built on. Celebration of the single market is also a celebration of our democracy. For citizens to see how their representatives have been pushing forward decade after decade after decade, still with the ambition to make it better. And I agree very much with the the current challenges of the single market, that it needs, as it says, renewed commitment from the EU member states and EU institutions, and that strong political will is needed in this regard. And in this respect, the European Commission is fully committed to work at all levels and with all actors to strengthen and to advance the single market. Moreover, in the light of the 30th anniversary, we are also planning a campaign to give visibility to the achievements and to have a broader discussion about the future. And of course, we stand available to join or to promote or to participate in events in your constituencies. The pandemic that we went through, the lockdowns, the queues, well, it taught us that only a properly functioning single market can enable us in a critical
versetzt uns in die Lage
of a critical situation strengthened. And this is why I'm confident that in 5 and in 10 years' time we will be able to celebrate
ще можем отново да празнуваме.
Expressed today. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. And to conclude, we'll hear Madam Minister Jessica Roswall. You have the floor.
President, honourable members and Commissioner, thank you for the debate.
Komisārs kundze, liels paldies par šo.
Your interventions today have shown that the single market remains one of the main assets of the European Union. It is the cornerstone of our economy and our prosperity. At times of turbulence, uncertainty and fragmentation, it brings our countries together. It is the key to economic growth, jobs, social cohesion, resilience and recovery, today and tomorrow. It will clearly be a building block of the long-term response to the challenges the European Union is facing, and part of the strategy to boost the competitiveness and productivity called for by the European Council in December. So this has been a historical debate. The past 30 years have been a true success story. Let us now look forward. Our success in introducing the net role in the global economy. Therefore, let us work together to protect the single market, improve it, and make it the cornerstone of the European competitiveness and prosperity for the next 30 years. Thank you again very much for the debate and for your attention. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. The debate is concluded and the voting will be on Wednesday. And the next point on the agenda is the report by Lidia Pereira, Rules to Prevent the Misuse of Shell Entities for Tax Purposes. And the first in the debate will hear the rapporteur, Madam Lidia Pereira.
You have the floor.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thanks very much, President. Sorry for the brief delay. Colleagues, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and the inflationary crisis to which but anyway, and the uncertainty hanging over member states and the international community in general and markets is making a difficult situation for everybody. Tax policy is a competence of member states, which can and must be better used during a period of crisis. Taxes are fundamental for promoting jobs, growth and competitiveness. They're a direct and effective way of reducing the burdens on families and companies while simultaneously protecting the capacity of states to put their budgets at the service of people. Unfortunately, member states such as mine, Portugal, some of them insist on excessive burdens.
O aumento do custo de vida. E a primeira delas
responses to address the rising cost of living, and transferring burdens to taxpayers when the responsibilities really ought to be dealt with by the government is socially unfair and economically wrong-headed. The directive we're talking about today on the misuse of shell entities for tax purposes is extremely important to guarantee tax competition in Europe that's just, fair and transparent. There are, don't forget, certain actions which might look legal when it comes to tax, but they're actually, if not illegal, they are unethical. And certain multinationals, for example, use them to avoid taxes which they should be paying in those countries where they make their profits. The Union is the first area to deal with the misuse of shell entities, and it's important that we are sensible when we're regulating this. We need to be uncompromising when it comes to abuses, but we can't create too many barriers for companies setting themselves up. The European Parliament's position is very clear, and we can sum this up in 3 words: balance, transparency, and toughness. First of all, balance when it comes to defining those companies which are covered by the directive and the duties which they have to deal with. If we are increasing the number of companies which are potentially covered, we need to clarify the requirements so that there are not too many exceptions in sectors which are already sufficiently regulated. Secondly, transparency when it comes to what we're asking for companies. If it's true that we are increasing the level of information to be shared, it's equally true that we are putting a greater burden on tax authorities. We need to be able to do things like carry out joint audits. Thirdly, toughness when it comes to determining whether a company is a shell company. We are focusing on the refusal to issue a tax residence certificate, but we need to go further than that. We need to draw a distinction between the non-delivery of the certificate and a situation of fraud. And we're also making the penalties clearer as well. We need to continue. We've done our part, and now it's up to national governments to take a decision. The battle against fraud and evasion was never as important as it is, and never been so important to our citizens. So we need to commit to doing this, and we need to have the courage to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the European Commission, Madam Executive
Commissar Margaret Vestager.
Presidents, honourable members, ago we were shocked by the Pandora Papers. One of the things they touched upon was the use of shell entities and change thereof to perform transactions and or On-Shell seeks to stop this practice within the single market so that shell entities tax resident in the EU for tax avoiding purposes. As you know, On-Shell aims to tackle only the EU internal aspects of shelled entities. In order to address the third country dimension of Pandora Papers, the Commission services are working on another initiative called SAFE.
La Commission travaille sur une autre initiative appelée SAFE.
The role of those intermediaries who enable tax evasion and aggressive tax planning. And what they do is that they devise tax arrangements and schemes that include third country dimensions. That proposal should be ready for mid this year. I wish to thank Rapporteur Mrs. Pereira
La señora Pereira, pero también
and EP colleagues who have worked on preparing this EP report on On-Shell. Your commitment to On-Shell is really important. This Commission and the Parliament are allies when it comes to promoting standards of tax fairness and transparency.
Actions pour la transparence au sein.
In the Commission, we share the key points made in this report. The report stresses the importance of
understreger man, hvor vigtigt det er, at
taxpayers who need to comply with it, but also for the tax administrators who have to implement.
Vaan myös verohallinnolle, jonka
not clear, they tend to be either avoided.
To albo się ich unika, albo ne provodi kako treba. Ne želimo da se to dogodi.
Tega si ne želimo in pravna
gotovost stresses the need for having proportional measures, which should not interfere with genuine.
To by nemělo zasahovat
zakłócać uczciwych praktyk
digital startups. On the one hand, one should ensure clear, effective and strict tax consequences against shell entities on the other. On-shell is a balancing act, and I fully share the importance.
Condivido pienamente l'importanza del
On-shell will need to put an end.
On-shell kezdeményezés el fog érni az eredményét.
Създаването на образование.
Influence négative sur l'économie.
مش probably
to request an upfront exemption.
Това и има процедура за подаването.
The Commission's commitment to assist Member States in the implementation of this legislation by any appropriate and useful means. And let me also assure you that the tax consequences, as laid down in the proposal, not interfere with the existing bilateral tax agreements between Member States and third countries. And that is a key aspect also in the ongoing discussions within the Council.
Je tiens à vous remercier. Merci pour vos propositions.
Official owner, the minimum economic substance test, and the exception or carve-out of structures that are not used to gain tax advantages. These are indeed key elements of the legal act, and the Commission remains committed to ensuring that these concepts be
para garantizar que estos conceptos se
legal terms. Finally, let me also thank you for your interesting suggestion of
размеени in правно ясни протоколи
tax audits. The tax consequences for shell entities sit at the heart of on-shell.
Slavnatih podjetij so v osredju tega
of the directive. Member States
L-istati membri bħalissa qegħdin jiddiskutu
with the presidency in order to contribute in the best possible way to clarifying how the mechanism will work. We look forward to Member States' agreement on on-shell as soon, and we expect such agreement to be ambitious, with clear yet strong and
ambiciozan, dakle jasan i snažan.
Finally, to put an end to the use of such shell entities for tax purposes within.
Aux entités fiscales à des fins fiscales au sein.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Hvala.
Now, on behalf of EPP, we have Mr. Wolfgang. You have the floor.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Beste collega's, beste commissaris.
Predsedujoči, gospa komisarka.
Chair, I'll be speaking Dutch. Tax avoiders and shellbox or letterbox companies, they're almost synonymous. These allow shellbox companies to pay far less. They don't contribute to the economy, and they have no substantial activity. But, alas, they are successful. Every year, around 60 billion euro the hands of these letterbox or
których nie możemy poświęcić na nauczanie dzieci,
on our parents, our children, or to improve purchasing power, which is sorely needed. But this is a European undertaking in order to deal with this problem. We can't allow things to happen as they have been, as we've seen in Luxembourg or in other countries. But Lydia Pereira and others deserve.
Haluan kiittää Lydia Pereiraa erinomaisesta yhteistyöstä.
It's been excellent cooperation, and I think it has led to a good fight. I really want to thank Lydia, and I would repeat what she said and say it to all of the ministers of finance. We need to bring order to the European budget. It's so important for us to deal with these shell companies, particularly in high finance too. In that way, we will finally
Unia Europejska musi
strong mechanism, and finally these shell companies will be relegated to oblivion because they are being used by big companies, and we mustn't squander this opportunity.
Introduced you as speaking on behalf of the EPPs. I do apologize for that, but you haven't protested, which was surprising. Ďakujem veľmi pekne za skupinu Renew Europe. Teraz vystúpi.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew, Mr.
Vardu pasisakys kolega Boyer.
Madame la Commissaire,
Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, Rapporteur Lydia Pereira, in 20 papers revealed the scale of shell entities within the EU also. Shell entities are set up to dodge tax. A strong European response was expected, and we have to clean up our own, do our own. We support the Commission's proposal for the on-shell proposal, which allows for coordinated and ambitious action.
Megközelítést tesz lehetővé. Holnap szavazunk a jelentést.
Parliament insists that this tool is legally and technically operational. We call on the Council an area where inventiveness and rapidity of fraudsters is key. And given this inventiveness and rapidity, we have to act diligently and with creativity. That's what we're trying to do. It's true, sometimes administrative action is not up to speed with the creativity of those who try to get around the rules. The citizens expect us to act on unfair competition between European companies and also between European and global companies. That will be the objectives of the SAFE initiative, which you mentioned, which will be very important, and it's important that the Council, Commission and the Council together play their roles so that we're up to the task. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, on behalf of the Greens, Ernest Urtasun. You have the floor.
Presidente, Comisaria.
Thanks, Mr. President. Madam Commissioner, the EU should ban shell entities, and this directive is the first step in that direction. These entities are at the heart of all of the tax avoidance and evasion scandals we've seen, the Pandora Papers, LuxLeaks. Even the IMF has said that they're a crucial element in base erosion. A company sets up a company that has no activity simply with the goal of transferring money to it in a tax direction where, since they don't do anything, they can pay much less tax. If you're a multimillionaire, it means you can hide your assets, and a company doesn't pay either in its country. This is what we've seen over the years, and we need to stop allowing this to happen because it's tax piracy. These entities will allow tax piracy to occur on EU territory. What we need to do, now we've got the Davos Convention, and Oxfam's just published a report on inequality telling us that approximately, as we speak, in 2020, 2/3 of the wealth are now held by a tiny number of the wealth. We can't allow people hiding wealth from their companies to continue. So I'm pleased that Parliament put together an ambitious position on of what kind of tax vehicles should be regarded as shell entities.
Eliminarea excepțiilor și iată.
Now the ball's in the court of the council so that they don't water this down, they don't give it less teeth when it comes to the shell entities because it can have a very important effect.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne a za skupinu.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the ID group,
Thank you very much. The Commission estimates that every year between 35 and 70 billion euros goes to
λόγω της φοροαποφυγής των επιχειρήσεων εν μέρη και λόγω της
grâce au recours abusif aux entités.
Often use said companies to shift profits and assets to low tax zones. They thereby pass or evade tax completely. The EU-wide
Liidu poolt kehtestatav minimaalse
and prosecute potential tax evaders and money laundering companies. However, to remind you that President Zelensky heads an international network of 14 offshore companies and shell companies that are based in the Caribbean and Cyprus. The Pandora Papers revealed that Zelensky received $41 million from oligarch Ihor Kolomoisky through this intricate web of offshore companies. To date, Multi-Capital Corporation pays untaxed dividends to Zelensky's wife. We support all appropriate measures in the fight against money laundering and tax crime. However, the measures need to actually be implemented. People who are well liked by the EU must not be excluded from these measures, even those who are victims of the war in Ukraine. The EU must avoid giving the impression that there are good money launderers and bad money launderers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Michael Huggen. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Establishing rules to prevent the misuse of shell entities for tax purposes is Shell entities operating out of Europe are demonstrated to cost the tax authorities roughly 20 billion euros per year. In addition, organized crimes. The challenge for legislators is to ensure that our work here does not interfere with the proper functioning of business and market. Positive report and look forward to seeing the cost savings and crime reduction it will bring to member states and their taxpayers. Congratulations to the
L'État et les contribuables. Bravo aux
procedure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, on behalf of the left, Mr. Papadimoulis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. The revelations in LuxLeaks, the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers, Pandora Papers show tax piracy which is costing thousands of or hundreds of millions of euros to the EU every year. Very rich people, not very many of them, and big companies use these shell entities so as not to pay tax. And they send money away from national budgets and send them to outside the European Union. This is a crime, and it needs to stop. And Ms. Vestager, you've been talking about losses of billions of euros every year. And I think but the Parliament as a whole now is calling for a regulation as well as a directive. And it's important that we note that in the Council there are people who support the consequences of having tax havens, of having tax avoidance. It's important that Parliament and Commission, as the Council of the Conference on the Future of Europe has said, should strengthen European cooperation here, moving away from unanimity, which is a weapon in the hands of the evaders, to some kind of qualified majority. Otherwise, we won't get a result on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we'll have Annie Kajeri. You have the floor.
Thank you. Colleagues, in these times of crisis, having recovered from the pandemic, where we have a war next door, it's particularly important that we actually get tax receipts. Estimates by the Commission show that shell entities represent 23 billion in lost tax revenues. So that's why we're happy that we're tackling this problem. But The European Parliament is going too far, as usual. The original aim of the proposal was to have a fair and stable environment, but the Parliament extended things and will make it more, will increase the administrative burden. We should respect efficiency and feasibility when it comes to tackling tax evasion. I hope that in the Council, common sense prevails. And at the end of the day, we get a practical proposal adopted. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ako ďalšia vystúpi...
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Madame Laluc, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la
President, Commissioner, colleagues, tax evasion is a veritable...
Son peuple sont les plutocrates, les oligarques.
And it's plutocrats and oligarchs who already have too much, who occupy these tax havens. They have too much, they don't want to share. That allow transactions to be hidden. That's in their DNA. That's what they're all about. We have a strange fact that Jersey Island has become the biggest producer of bananas.
Protéger les criminels servent à faire de l'évasion fiscale.
Enabling tax evasion. We must not forget, though, that these shell entities allow entities to hand money down, and we know what that means in democratic terms. This is an important piece of legislation in economic and democratic terms. Whenever we're told that large sums of money are involved, we're told it's impossible. But now the next step is to really clamp down on shell entities, and we count on the Parliament, Council and the Commission to do the work. It mustn't be blocked.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ďalší vystúpi.
Tack så mycket. Nästa talare.
Mr. Claude Guffin, the floor is yours.
Oui, merci, Président.
Herzlichen Dank, Herr Präsident. Frau Kommissarin, liebe...
A company is something that's got offices and computers and employees. A shell company is basically a letterbox which hides the name of its beneficial owner. 2/3 of wealth produced has been now captured by 1% of the ultra-rich, and shell entities are playing a huge role in making them more rich and less visible at the same time. So we can agree that this, I hope, we can agree that this needs to end. And these texts in the Council have to be voted by unanimity, and some of them have actually taken part in creating these or permitting them. Luxembourg is one example. 55,000 shell entities, 90% foreign owned, are still penalising the whole of Europe through their unfair competition. This, if we don't manage to reduce these kinds of inequalities, we won't be able to eliminate extreme poverty. So do we want a decent standard of living?
Que aumenten cada vez más las riquezas.
Use our own ability to create wealth to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Madam.
Edustaja Jamé, olkaa hyvä.
Dieu se rit des
people weep over the effects of what they've created. The European Union hasn't fought, does not fight against tax evasion. We don't have... But we won't do it. Blacklists hasn't prevented multinationals and other tax evasion specialists to enrich themselves. It's been offloaded onto the middle classes, SMEs, craftsmen who have to pay more. We should do something else. General tax justice.
Kellene nyújtanunk, de közben
lower buying power.
Faire appliquer une réglementation pour prévenir
nezaposlenost i tako dalje. Da, mislim da
on shell entities and that calls for courage and determination. We have to beef up transparency, justice and democracy within the EU. We owe this to our compatriots so that we can, everybody can do their bit, speculators and shell entities included. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Guzmán José, 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, President. Shell entities, for many years, have been one of the main instruments used by real companies to evade their tax obligations. The scandal of the Pandora Papers showed clearly that these companies are systematically used, but Pandora also showed that certain jurisdictions, including within Europe, favour the creation of a legal framework allowing these shell companies to be used to evade tax. The Commission put forward a proposal because it had to, a proposal that was supposed to govern and deal with shell entities. But it's useless. It was a useless proposal. It was a Swiss knife rammed with exceptions, lots of economic, substantial criteria that anyone could comply with. And then there were criteria that had... Some of these member states are the jurisdictions themselves that promote tax evasion. What the Parliament put forward did marginally improve the Commission proposal. That's why we support it. But this is very little. And we as the left have asked for more. And I think in a few years' time it will become clear to us that we've not done enough. The Commission hasn't done enough to seriously deal with this problem, and the groups on the right prefer to continue to allow this evasion.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Fernandez. 1 minute.
Presidente, Vicepresidenta. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, the battle against tax evasion and tax fraud and tax havens is a battle we need to win. And in the last few years, we have heard some good news. The OECD agreement to have a minimum figure, 15% of companies, that's an important thing that needs to be set up. It's been blocked by... An important thing in this is that multinational tax fraud needs to be stopped. It's continuing, and we're also seeing large families, rich families, who are losing these entities to avoid tax themselves. Parliament thinks this back it, and we need to call upon accountability. Certain governments in Council that's been blocking this and other initiatives, that they finally actually follow Parliament and support the Commission in this endeavour. Thank you.
Now, colleagues, speak. Thank you very much.
Wallis, floor is yours.
U hebt het woord.
Since the revelations such as the Pandora Papers and OpenLux used to shift and hide billions in wealth and profits every year for corporations and high net worth individuals within the EU. Now, to get to the heart of an issue like this, we do need ambition. And the text is a welcome step forward, but I think most of us agree that we have a lot more to do. A huge swathe of potential offenders are excluded from the text through exemptions to financial services. And with the scope limited to the EU, it does nothing to tackle companies with shells registered in third country tax havens like the Cayman Islands and the British Virgin Islands. It's a start, but we have a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have anybody else on
Nu mai văd pe nimeni la Catch the Eye.
procedure, and I would like to give a floor for the Commission, Executive Vice President Vestager. Floor is yours. No, you can come.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for this, I think, very useful debate. Shell is part of our European Union toolbox, a toolbox of measures aimed at
Shell on
it's about the
og lignende praksiser. Det handler om mangel
our welfare states. It's about the lack of fairness,
og mangel på retfærdighed på vores markeder.
sheer injustice of some thinking that they should not contribute to our societies. It is a toolbox that is not complete.
Mais cette boîte à outils n'est pas
Notably to tackle the use of non-EU shell entities. I once again welcome your suggestions on this proposal, and I want to thank you for your steadfast dedication to fight tax avoidance, to fight tax evasion, for tax justice to be the rule of the European Union. Thank you.
Tal-evasioni fiskali u biex. And now I would like to give a floor to Rapporteur, Madame Lydia Pereira. Floor is yours. When you are ready, please take the floor.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. We've reached the end of this debate with a clear conclusion, a path forward, and a strange sensation. We can clearly conclude that despite our political differences, there is shared understanding. And I'd just like to say to Mr. Guzmão that he tried to make tax evasion a left-wing issue. No. This work is the work of everyone, and we, as the right, are helping to fight against tax evasion. So I think what he's been saying hasn't been serious, especially after we've heard from everyone. I think we're on the same page. Now, tax policy is admittedly a member state competence, but this Parliament is sending a signal that it will help where it can.
Kde to bude možné. Takže by som chcela zdôrazniť.
With all groups. And we have a way forward. We as the Parliament have limited competence when it comes to tax matters, but we've put forward solutions for future taxation, and we always work together, showing that we can overcome our political differences. Once again, I'll remind you that the left does support this compromise, but we have a strange sensation about how determined national governments are. I understand that there might be governments who don't want to change a thing, but there are two ways forward to ensure that our budgets have sufficient resources. Either we overburden citizens by overtaxing them, asphyxiating them with tax burdens that capture their money, or we free up resources, concentrating our efforts on combating and thereby reducing taxes for families.
Astfel, povara asupra familiei.
To be strict, to be tough, and to defend justice. Now, we have to look at national governments. We are here to support national governments and to criticise them. In any case, we call them to be responsible.
Thank
you very much. The debate is now closed.
Rozprava končí a hlasování.
Nākamais darba kārtības jautājums ir.
Next item on the agenda is the report by I don't see the commissioner in the room. Would you like to wait for the commissioner when he arrives? Or would you like to start the debate?
Oder legen wir gleich los?
Madam Weiss, are you ready to wait for a commissioner for a few minutes? We've been promised, so it's better, I think, if you... Okay. You can stay, okay, but then you have to... Okay. Madam Weiss...
De må naturligvis meget gerne blive. Nå, fru Weiss, de får ordet.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, those of you who are here, the Commission who is here, what would you prefer to have? That the circular economy becomes the formula for all waste treatment in the EU, that we use international trade as a lever for environmentally all the paper is replaced by digitalization to free up resources for more innovation in the sector, that we take action on environmentally harmful waste treatment, whether it's inside or outside the EU, straight away, that we only send waste to countries outside the OECD when we know that they can deal with the task, that we create better conditions for new
tutkimukselle ja kehitykselle.
That we take consistent action on waste criminality, which is easier to commit than to avoid speeding. Look at the export of plastic waste so that we boost the development of sustainable circular use of plastic.
Så musíme zamyslieť nad
Ni kan få allt ihop med det här förslaget som Europaparlamentet.
You can have all this and more. The results have been achieved through a negotiation which has been crowned by respect for the technical complexity of this old and linear law, which has to be updated to today's climate reality. All the
en prenant en compte la réalité climatique.
We haven't been in agreement all the way. Rather than fighting blindly, we've opened up eyes to the actual possibilities in the waste sector and the law, which has been the framework for an open economy with the rest of the world. We have seen the possibilities to find a balanced and pragmatic solution which is both ambitious and realistic and full of robust arguments, which gives us a solid and confident starting point for negotiations with Council. We got a good proposal from the Commission, but we want more than that. And we have been able to come up with a coherent set of amendments which addresses all the actors which are necessary for waste transport to become a sustainable part of the circular economy. All the actors, the national authorities, the recipients of waste resources should have the best preconditions to be strong, both in the climate and environmental ones and resource and economic ones should be brought together. From the EU has increased in recent years by 75% between 2004 and 2020, and we know that it is our waste which is floating around uncontrolled on beaches and in landfills outside Europe. There is no excuse for doing nothing about it. Much of this waste is proposals on the table in our various committees.
Meie komisjonides on
necessary plastic. It's therefore natural that we try to address our export of plastic. There has also been a precondition to do this in a way which is realistic and supports innovation and development and business models which are sustainable and circular in their approach to plastic. It's not about moving a problem from one place to another. It's about making a problem into a resource in the EU and throughout the world.
Ne moremo problema reševati tako, da
proposals is something that I'm very proud and thankful for. With these introductory words, I look forward to the debate, and I hope that the Commission will welcome our proposal as we go into the upcoming trilogue negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the Commission, I give the floor to Commissioner Sinkevičius.
Thank you very much, President.
Honourable members, let me thank the European Parliament for the very... My thanks go in particular to Pernille Weiss and her team, together with all the shadow rapporteurs, for their very thorough scrutiny of this proposal for new EU rules on waste shipments. The progress you have made so far is very welcome, and we particularly appreciate Parliament's strong support in keeping the essential elements that form the heart of the Commission proposal. Reducing the EU environmental footprint linked to the export of waste to third countries, waste going for recycling, and addressing waste trafficking, which is one of the most prevalent forms of environmental crime. Stricter controls on our waste exports will make sure that we take responsibility of the waste produced in the EU. The regulation as a whole has a great potential to accelerate the transition to a more
ja see peaks kiirendama.
The shipment of waste for recycling within the EU will help with the decarbonization of EU industry, as waste reuse and recycling are both far less CO2 intensive than the use of primary raw materials. Finally, illegal shipments, potentially compromising up to 30% of waste shipments worth 9.5 billion annually, and we need to step up action on waste trafficking. The Commission will support investigations by Member States with the support of the EU Anti-Fraud Office. I also thank the Parliament for highlighting the important links between waste shipments and waste policy in general, and climate change mitigation, global sustainable development and labour rights. And let me briefly mention two elements of your report which we will need to monitor very carefully in the course of further interinstitutional discussions and negotiations. So we take note of your call for a stricter approach on the export of plastic waste. The Commission will look into this very carefully and will have to consider the legal implications of this amendment, especially its compatibility with the EU's international commitments. We need to thoroughly assess if a blanket ban on the general export of plastic waste would be necessary and provide a better solution than the measures the Commission proposed to achieve our policy objectives. Respecting the EU's international obligations will be, of course, key in this context. I would also like to add a word of caution on the tasks you expect the Commission to perform once the regulation is adopted. Some of the changes proposed in your report would create a substantial additional workload for the Commission, needing a considerable increase in staff, with expenditure for Heading 7 already close to the ceiling set for the MFF. The resource implications of the proposed amendments need to be very carefully considered. Honourable members, our waste is our responsibility. Letting waste pollute the environment, end up in illegal dumpsters or in our oceans is a real loss of resources. A decisive move to create the most advanced waste shipment system in the world and bring this system to the digital era too. Our goal is to make sure that waste generated in the EU is managed in a sustainable way, so that it does not harm nature and health, but opens up new opportunities for green growth and innovation. And I'm confident that we can achieve swift progress towards finalising the negotiations on this regulation. The sooner the new harmonised rules start applying, the better. And my team and I are ready to continue forward to start to the trialogue negotiations as soon as possible, and we hope that the Council would also be ready to do so without delay. Thank you, and I, of course, now look forward to hearing your views.
Paldies, komisār kungs. Nākamajam vārds.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And the next speaker is Mrs. Salini from the EPP Group.
Grazie, Presidente. La disciplina che...
The issue that we're looking at on the handling of the movement and use of waste deals with
sustentabilidade económica ou industrial
an industrial policy in Europe. When we
acest sens, trebuie să
we need to promote the free movement of waste so that the people who are best able to deal with them and recycle them sustainably should be the people who handle them. But an important debate, an important element on which we've tabled some amendments is that most of the waste exported by Europe is ferrous in nature. And it's vitally important, therefore, in the manufacturing of green steel. The export of this ferrous
potrebbe favorire paesi che
used it properly could help those countries rather who can deal with it in a more sustainable way than we're doing in Europe, end up making steel which is sold back to Europe at low prices because they haven't respected the environmental standards that we have to respect in Europe. This is a very important point, not because we want to set up a different system, but about 60% of the waste exported is ferrous in nature, and it's a point we have to look at very, very carefully. Not to try to circumscribe the free movement, but to help Europe's sustainability, particularly when it comes to the iron and steel industry.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cyrus Engerer for 2 minutes from the S&D Group.
li jidher li l-kol kemm aħna nafu nagħmlu li nżommu id-djar tagħna notfa mbagħad niġu naqgħu nqumu minn dak li jkun qed jiġri barra mill-bib tagħna u sal-lum dik wkoll il-politika Ewropea dwar l-iskart.
And now the policy about waste. We live in one world, and in one world, when we have pollution, it is going to affect everyone. And this is to respect the rights of people that live in these countries, because for each piece of waste in the European Union, we need to consider it as a resource. We all believe in circular economy, but this can happen only if we stop once and for all these landfills without standards that need not waste but help. So that we can reach the best solution for ourselves and for our citizens, even for those who live far. Also to help the landfills. First of all, for all the export of waste from the European Union. Most of it is toxic. It affects biodiversity, and it is bad for the biodiversity, and it has an impact also on food and social justice. We have seen that there is a lot of resistance. There are many political colleagues that agree with me, but these shipments should go only to places that have the same standards as us. We should never accept to send it to places where they don't have the same standards as us. And finally, this resource of waste we need to make it in a way that this resource can move freely. And I would like you to vote in favor of the environment and in this regulation.
Thank you very much. The next speaker.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Let me just start by thanking the rapporteur, Ms. Weiss, for being so open, so willing to compromise. Thanks to that, we've got a collective agreement that we can be proud of. We've tried to be ambitious with this wide-scale reform of waste shipment. We want better focus on the environment and health. We don't want any country to be the world's dustbin. Back in 2020, our waste exports to third countries was above 32 million tonnes. It's unfathomable. But we've done our bit contributing to this legislative text. We began with one of my political battles, which is to rid the world of plastic pollution. We want to end plastic waste. So that will happen by 2023, 4 years for OECD countries. So these plastic particles take thousands of years to break down and really harm our oceans. Then we also have a ban on the export of hazardous waste to Africa, China and India. Then we also have greater monitoring of waste that is exported to OECD countries, including the US, Japan, Israel, and above all, Turkey. Let me conclude by talking about the paradigm shift which is on the horizon for the EU. As China closes up its recycling market, in fact, it did that 2 years ago, and that really upended the world market. In addition, we have a scarcity of national resources, of world resources. It became clear to Europe that it had to control its own destiny and protect its own internal market. That means that we have to have stricter rules on the shipment of waste, and we need to make greater use of this waste so that we can use it sustainably. That will be very useful for many industrial sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Button of micro. It's all right. No questions. No blockade. Yes, thank you. Nākamai vārds zaļo grupu vārdā Sārai Matjē kundzei 2 minūtēm.
Dan Mathieu, for 2 minutes.
Beste collega's, Europa dumpt miljoenen tonnen afval in landen buiten de EU die
wysyła miliony ton odpadów.
The pictures are terrible. We see beaches full of waste. We see in Turkey there are huge landfills with plastic disappearing into the ground or being burnt. And if there is recycling, the labour conditions are very dangerous. Often child labour is used, and that, colleagues, is not acceptable. If we burn plastic waste or bury it, we pollute the air or the soil, and there is problems with contaminants. It's a huge waste problem we're responsible for. Belgium is one of the top 10 countries. It's one of the worst plastic exporters, and I've called on the Commission
Export endlich anzupacken.
Waste exports can be stopped. We've come up with this proposal. We've beefed it up. I'm happy that across the groups we've been able to work. We've been able to convince others. An export ban is coming for plastic waste outside the EU. That is the best solution.
Och för det andra så tar vi äntligen vår
So means that finally we are it's a stimulus to use less plastic. Our recycling capacities will also be expanded. I'm 100% convinced that our industry will cope with it. It's an advantage for our circular economy. And I'm happy that all recycling installations outside the EU the same conditions as in the EU. We vote for a ban on burning waste.
Thank you. And now on behalf of ID Group, Madame Androuet.
This text seems to bury globalization, which was supposed to be great, but has just divided the world into zones, areas of production, of consumption, of services, and dustbin zones. Europe is now sending its waste abroad, along with the Americans, trying to impose our model on the rest of the world. That's completely unfair. The 182 million tons of waste are trafficked.
Krajów biednych, rozwijających się.
6 billion euros. The human rights aren't guaranteed. Workers' rights are trampled in the countries where the waste is sent. Often this stuff ends up dumped in the sea, which makes our oceans even more polluted. They are sent on container ships which are responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. That's what waste transfer is in a world without borders, where we've taken it to a ludicrous extreme, because it's absurd to send French Tetra Paks to the other part of the world when at the same time we're talking about ecology. Free trade and goods is something which is now faced with this enormous dustbin, and that's a good thing that we're forced to look at this. What we need to do is make certain that we do more recycling, which is crucial for our future, since we don't do enough in terms of handling these exports ourselves. We need to promote a circular economy and short circuits, something which we've always been in favour of, unlike the rest of you. What we need to do is deal with the climate and industrial emergency that we're facing.
Thank you. And now for ECR, Madame Zalewska. 1 minute.
Panie komisarzu, koleżanki I koledzy.
Commissioner, President, Commissioner, you said something that I want to thank you for. It represents the spirit of this text. Our waste and rubbish is our responsibility. That's what I heard you say. I hope that this text will ensure that that holds up. In the future, we should be of
transparantie, eenduidigheid,
we need transparency, responsibility and sanctions.
Noteikumu lūk, tas mums ir jādara.
Are the things we need.
Aș dori să mai adaug că în acest regulament
in this text, what's lacking is accountability on the part of producers. What I think is we shouldn't worry about waste transfer and waste shipment that much. We should look at the producers of this waste. They should deal with it themselves. And then another thing is that we should have
Não queremos que sejam meros funcionários a decidir.
We're deciding what is decided on.
Το πώς θα πρέπει να είναι τα κείμενα, αλλά αυτοί που
Pimenta Lopes.
Kiitos, puhemies.
Para salvaguardar os interesses dos povos e do ambiente.
Helping poor people and
da se u ovoj raspravi ne radi o tome da
of the few who trade in waste and want to get even richer.
Euro che le politiche cosiddette verdi privilegiano.
Euros are spent in all of this as we
che hanno meno potenziale economico.
Economic potential which could be used to help the
jotka eivät ole taloudellisesti voimakkaita ja
interfering in the way that waste is handled, and the European Commission wants to centralise all of this. It's basically liberalising this market. That's what the proposal is about, forgetting about the limits and the lack of effectiveness of the way we've handled waste.
Also nicht mehr privatwirtschaftlich damit umgeht, sondern die
Waste is concerned, but great when it comes to maximising profit. From an environmental aspect, it's very...
Os resíduos sejam diretamente transferidos para aterro.
Waste is buried immediately with no account taken of. We could change this with a proper regulation. Finally, we're talking about the end of the line, but not the end of the journey. The companies have to deal more with the durability of their products, and planned obsolescence needs to be addressed as well. We need to look at how much is actually costing real people. We're concerned about lots of things in this proposal. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Sinčić, 1 minute.
Commissioner Sinkevicius, as I have warned the Commission and Jaspers on many occasions, waste management in Croatia is still done in a very bad way. Bad projects are still approved, and they endanger the environment and destroy local communities that host them, since their operational costs are very high. In the latest case of Waste Management Center Šagulje, Jaspers even allowed the implementation of the project contrary to the already adopted and existing spatial planning documents of counties and cities in Croatia. Is Jaspers unable to read existing documents before approving projects? There are also many other problems. Questionable technology approved by Jaspers has led Croatia into a situation
dostali Chorvátsku do situácie
companies without any experience in design, construction and management. All the details I have elaborated.
Skúsenosti v tejto oblasti dostávajú projekty.
Já foram por mim comunicados.
To me by the Commission. In order to properly spend taxpayers' money, but also to prevent that due to Jaspers, Croatia does not lose funds for the construction of WMCs from the OPCC program financial envelope, please take the appropriate steps. Croatia needs and deserves better projects, and it can be done, since EU standards that are good do exist, but they
existujú, ale nedodržujú.
Paldies. Nākamais vārds.
Thank you. Now
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, Commissioner Sinkevicius, today we discuss an updated legal framework which could be a game changer in terms of a global challenge. The Waste Shipment Regulation intends to protect the environment and public health from the impacts of unsound transboundary shipments of waste, since the non-appropriately controlled shipments of waste across borders may generate risks for both the environment and human
per l'ambiente e per la salute umana.
Also enhancing EU strategic autonomy in terms of raw materials. Raw materials is a strategic priority for this House and the main key to delivering on EU's green and digital transition. We should keep in mind that these wastes, particularly as raw materials, could benefit the economy by reducing the dependence on primary materials, leading to a more to understand that a solid circular economy depends heavily on sufficient recycling capacity and appropriate technology to feed secondary raw materials into the production of new goods. The EU should not embrace measures that will cut off facilities making sustainable progress from the SIP recycling markets. I would like to make a call to all of you to support the collective agreement that our rapporteur Penil Weiss has already concluded with our co-rapporteurs in order to have, without any additional amendments, a concrete text. The EU can be a global leader in the green transition, using its influence and incentives to promote transformational change, not only in our continent, but also in third countries in terms of waste management. And now is the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next, Mr. Timo Völken, minute and a half.
Passa favor.
Signor Presidente. Thank you very much, Commissioner. 32.7 million tons of waste, much of it plastic. This huge amount of waste exported by the EU. That was the figure for 2021 alone. In the rest of the world, the countries it goes to is countries like Turkey and Malaysia. Out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, this waste doesn't just disappear because it's gone. If it goes well, the waste is recycled. If it goes badly, it's in landfills and is poisoning animals and plants. And we have to put an end to this. This clear message is sent by the report. It's very important that the export of toxic plastic waste is banned. The export
bol do 4 rokov zakázaný.
Och giftigt avfall ska förbjudas alltså.
I hope that we can convince the Council on this. But the truth means that going beyond plastic, the export of non-recyclable waste remains possible. Unfortunately, we don't have a majority in this House to say that we Europeans are taking full responsibility for the waste that we produce here. So, unfortunately, we're missing a chance.
Tanto una goccia nell'oceano, però comunque è un passo
in the right direction and deserves our full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Madam Solis Perez.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. This is a difficult time for Europe. High commodity prices, fierce competition from the US and China, the threat of deindustrialization as well, a growing threat. Therefore, responsible waste management
není jenom otázkou veřejného zdraví a ekologie.
Incentives for recycling and the creation of a market for this waste, not transporting it to third countries, is a need for the European Union. We depend so much on raw material. A very valuable resource if we can learn to use it intelligently. I'm thinking about steel, which could be recycled and turned into green steel, which we really need. Then this will also help us to become less dependent, become more sustainable and more circular. But I think we need to go even further. We need to ensure that we have
kontrollid ja selged kriteeriumid.
Ensure that every link in the waste chain is in line with standards, and then we don't shift this to third countries. Thank you.
Paldies.
Thank you. Next, Madam O'Sullivan, 1 minute.
We pay multiple times for our addiction to plastic. We pay at the till in the shop for mountains of plastic packaging. We have no choice but to buy with those products. We pay again to have it taken away and shipped off to other countries.
Tutto poi viene mandato.
All pay when that waste finds its way into our rivers, onto our beaches and into our soils. What we do with our waste goes to the heart. This means taking responsibility for the waste we produce, rather than simply putting it out of sight, out of mind. Today, the Parliament moves to ban the export of plastic waste. It is a huge challenge that will require systemic change, but the cost of inaction.
La plastica in alcuni casi.
Aga kui me ei tegutseks, siis oleksid...
Paldies. Nākamajam vārds Danilo.
A teraz głos zabierze Danilo Oskar Lancini, 4 minutes and a half.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2020, waste exports from the EU to third countries amounted to 32.7 million tonnes. That's to say 16% of world waste trade. Turkey is by far the biggest destination for EU waste, receiving 13.7 tonnes during 2020. Most of the
costituite da rottami metallici ferrosi e non
of ferrous and non-ferrous scrap metal, not to mention paper, plastic, textiles and glass. But the ferrous scrap is a very important material. It's essential for decarbonising the iron and steel industry. There's no point exporting this stuff abroad when it could be used to have power a virtuous circle in a strategic area, which is the iron and steel sector. The decarbonisation measure and energy savings, which are very important, will be very important in the future as well. Any tonne of recycled scrap would lead to the saving of 1.5 tonnes of CO2, and when it comes to stainless steel, it amounts to 5 tonnes of virtuous circle, therefore, in the iron and steel industry. So, by way of conclusion, it's vitally important we have more strict rules when it comes to the waste, without forgetting the importance of monitoring and anti-circumvention measures, so that we don't weaken the proposal too much. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, Maria Angela Danzi, for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. More circular economy, more differentiated waste collection. In the five-star movement, we're proud to contribute to all of this. Two of the key principles underpinning the regulation are, first of all, banning the movement between member states of waste to be incinerated, so local authorities need effectively to carry out differentiated waste collection. We could go further than that. There could be the ban, which is actually happening in certain regions in member states. Secondly, export of waste to the poorest countries in the world. We need more traceability to beat the mafia and illegality. A lot of the time, the incinerations carried out under the auspices of crime syndicates. It's important, therefore, that we make certain this is penalised in the future. If certain bits of recycling are not regarded as being legitimately used, it's important that we make more progress on this, but the circular economy is already a reality.
Hildegard Bentele.
Thank you. The next, Hildegard Bentele, for 1 minute.
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, burning waste doesn't seem to be very sexy. It's very necessary if we want to achieve our goals. That is to say, a better circular economy where waste becomes new raw materials. Shorter routes and more efficiency in waste treatment so that we have a single market for waste and we have the necessary digitalization. Finally, more security in waste exports. We're proposing that waste plants are certified. The majority in the committee entails
compromissos, mas estou em dizer
for more investments in the recycling industry, and we have recycling shares. This means incentives for stable secondary material markets. This regulation will give a boost to the recycling market. I would like to thank my colleague Pernille Weiss for heading the negotiations. I look forward to what improvements the absent Council can bring into this dossier.
Thank you. The next will be Christel Schaldemose for 1.5 minutes.
President, Commissioner, Rapporteur, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the single market. I would like to say that it's good for the EU that we've had this single market for so long. This is the crown jewel in EU cooperation. Treatment and transport of waste is an important element in the single market. It's important that we look at these rules for waste transport thoroughly. In recent years, we have become aware that waste is a resource. It's also our responsibility. So I'm happy that the Vice report addresses the fact that we must have a different approach to waste. I'm very happy that we have the circular economy and that we are dealing with plastic waste in particular. Plastic waste is something that we generate huge amounts of, and it should be our responsibility in the EU to deal with the plastic waste we create. And Mrs. Weiss's report addresses this. And we're in
Pani Weiss jest o tym mowa, potrzebne są kozły. I nadam się, że ćemo moći
that we deal, we do something about the fact that others are dealing with our waste. I know that it can be difficult, but we have a responsibility for our own waste.
Ja jäätmetega me peame ise oma jäätmed.
Make sure that we take a particular approach to plastic waste.
Thank you. And the next will be Karin Karlsbro for 1.5 minutes.
Herr talman, herr kommissionär.
President, Commissioner, there was a time in which waste would be thrown into the sea or dealt with and buried in the forest. We would put it somewhere we couldn't see it anymore. But now we're a bit cleverer. Waste is a resource that we can get value from. But we still act as we did before. European waste could end up in countries that are not responsible for it and where there are no rules. But it's about health and the environment. And then there is corruption, which ensures that the waste isn't always dealt with or disposed of appropriately. So the EU is a big player in this area. So we don't just want to push this problem to other countries. It should be obvious that we can't just throw our rubbish in our neighbour's garden.
Házet přes plot.
Trade. But we have to have a smart system. We need to create new jobs and we need to save things.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Haider, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Austria alone, in 2021, over 130,000 tons of waste were sent abroad to be recycled. In February 2021, Austria...
Potom v roku 2021 100 tón.
It was 100 tons of plastic waste was brought back from Malaysia. It wasn't just an embarrassment for the Green Environment Minister. It shows how problematic the export of waste can be. Shipping hundreds or thousands of tons of waste around the world to bring them back really can't be described as environmentally friendly. So there's a need to act. It's important to have an answer.
Oluline on siinkohal arvestada.
We should have legal certainty without unnecessary red tape for small and medium enterprises.
Thank you. The next will be Mislav Kalakušić for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, dear citizens, recycling plastic is one of the greatest lies, and it keeps being repeated. Out of 6 basic forms of plastic, just one, PET.
Les plus communs, il n'y en a qu'un.
Bottles for water and juices can be recycled. The remaining 5 forms cannot be recycled or can be recycled only in small quantities. What is done with this waste? It is exported with all the other waste. It is actually transported to landfills. This is done in Croatia and all over the EU with perhaps the exception of some richer countries which export it to African countries. And the second big lie in the environmental cosmos is that if we ban plastic bags, we will have less plastic waste. This is a lie. Plastic waste has actually gone up because every single piece of meat or every single apple is wrapped in plastic and brought home, so we produce more plastic than ever.
Thank you. Next, Ludmila Novak for 1 minute.
Thank you very much for the floor. Pope Francis said that we live in a culture of throwing away. And he was thinking of the elderly, of those unwanted by society. But we're also facing a culture, or indeed a lack of culture, of excessive production of waste, which burdens our planet. We even trade in trash. And that is why we're talking about an internal market in waste shipments. This is often linked to high income, especially if this waste is disposed of illegally and the shipping waste outside of the area where that waste is produced is something that needs to be effectively controlled and regulated. We should not allow in any way for waste to be a source of rapid income and of wealth generation at the expense of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Achille Variati for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The revision of the regulation on the shipment of waste is a good thing, a good chance to protect the environment and human health.
Má obrovský potenciál pre zrýchlenie
of possibilities in moving the EU towards a circular economy. The shipment of waste is something which needs clear rules and appropriate controls. Unfortunately, today, around 15 to 30% of shipments are illegal. This is a completely unacceptable figure, and this regulation is trying to do something about that. Well, remember, China's decision to not
forti ripercussioni sulla nostra capacità.
A huge impact on our capability of managing plastic waste ourselves. The ENVI text, which has a phasing out of plastic waste export, will allow us to make progress here. And we also want to work towards using more sustainable products and developing our own recycling capabilities further. Exporting waste to third countries shouldn't be and can't be the solution in the future, but we need to move towards the circular economy as quickly as we can, and this is a decisive step in that direction.
Thank you. Next, Dan Stefano Montreanu. 1 minute.
Domnule președinte, domnule comisar, după cum bine știți, transferurile ilegale de deșeuri.
As you all know, the illegal shipment of waste reached alarming levels at EU level, and it leads to long-term health effects on human health and the environment. This situation needs to be urgently addressed and corrected. I want to give my full backing to this ambitious agreement that was struck in the ENVI Committee as regards the revision of the legislation on the shipment of waste. There will be clear rules against the illegal shipping of.
To je velice důležité, je také zásadní.
Anti-fraud Bureau will play a key role by consolidating cooperation between the member states and applying sanctions so as to deter stakeholders from undertaking illegal activity. We urgently need to come up with a European action plan so as to deal with the illegal shipment of waste. This would guarantee that these measures are effectively applied.
Alex, we have a catch the eye procedure. I have 3 speakers on my list, and we'll start with Mr. Marek Pavel Balt.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący, panie komisarzu. Cieszę się.
President, Commissioner, I'm happy that you spoke about the circular economy, that you're in favor of reducing
Emisiju samazināšanu. Es būtu
deal with
zníženiu odpadov.
Ferrous waste. We export 20 million tons of ferrous waste every year. This represents emissions at a very high level. So, we should work on this. We have a decarbonized metal that we are exporting. That drives up the price of steel in the EU. Ferrous waste is something we should
see tuleks investeerida, ilma selleta me ei saa.
I encourage the Commission to take an interest in the market for ferrous waste and limit the exports of ferrous waste. A lot of countries have done that to decarbonize their economies.
Commissioner, in 2020, the EU exported over 37 million tonnes of waste outside the EU, an increase of 75% since 2004. Between 2001 and 2019, we doubled our hazardous waste shipments from the EU.
Posledných 15 rokov prepravu tohto nebezpečného.
This report supports the introduction of a phased-in ban on the export of plastic waste outside the EU, and that's to be welcomed. But to stop us from drowning in our old waste, we're going to have to do a lot more. And we really need to scale up recycling capacity, and also significantly reduce plastic waste in the first place. Europeans used to be resourceful. Now we are wasteful. We need to change the EU's waste economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Claire Daly. The floor is yours.
In 2020, the EU exported more than 33 million tonnes of waste to non-EU countries. Among these wastes, as colleagues have pointed out, one of the biggest contributors is plastic pollution. The hundreds of millions of tonnes of waste produced every year, which degrade into microplastics, end up
milióny tón degraduje na mikroplasty a končí
humans and animals. And if nothing is done,
nebo v našich tělech, pokud něco neuděláme, tak
60, half will end up in landfill, less than a fifth will be recycled. And the truth is that the solution to plastic is not about recycling, it's about reduction. So our job really is to combat this narrative. And while waiting on the so-called reform of European rules aimed at banning waste to Africa or East Asia, it's more than urgent that we intensify our efforts to fight against illegal exports, which are a violation of the sovereignty of states and populations outside the EU. Partnership means equal treatment, not treating the others as a wasteland for our interests, a modern type of colonialism.
Thank you, colleagues. We are closing.
Odpadów. Dziękuję bardzo kolego.
The Commission to Commissioner Sinkevičius. You have a floor, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Thank you for this productive and very consensual exchange. I have taken good note.
Продуктивas ir консенсусу paremtas diskusijas.
Аз вземам за сведение всичко казано.
A large majority supporting Mrs. Weiss' report. Let me briefly reflect on some of the key issues that has been raised. So first of all, as regards the proposed ban on export of plastic waste from the EU, which, as I already said in my introductory remarks, we will need to assess very carefully. The EU rules on the export of plastic waste become stricter since 2021. And this has already led to decrease in export of plastic waste to non-OECD countries.
Conseguimos reduzir muitíssimo.
Proposal, we are proposing a new regime applying to the export of all waste that will in practice strengthen further the conditions under which plastic waste could be exported outside the European Union. We have not pursued the option of a complete export ban for plastic waste in our proposal, as according to international rules, a restriction on trade has to be grounded on purely environmental grounds and can only be imposed when no other less trade restrictive measures are available to achieve their objectives. And in this case, we believe that the measures in the Commission proposal are both effective in curbing plastic pollution caused by our exports of plastic waste and proportionate to the problems. And we also believe that our proposal could contribute to raising the standards for the management of plastic waste in third countries. So, as I said, we will look at it very carefully, but we need to make sure that it is in full compliance with our international commitments. As regards comments on exports of steel and iron scrap, the Commission proposal includes strong measures to ensure that waste, including metal waste, is treated in broadly equivalent conditions to the European Union.
Condizioni molto simili a quelle dell'Unione.
Of waste exports, and our impact assessment showed that the EU industry has the capacity to process this waste. As regards labour conditions in third countries and sustainable manage of waste, we have taken note of a proposal of the European Parliament to consider 8 international labour organization conventions, and we are open to consider including such agreements in country assessments. We want to point out that recently 2 additional conventions were concluded under the umbrella of ILO, and we invite colleagues to also take them into account in the light of the proposed amendment. Finally, as regards
Closely with enforcement agencies from the EU member states, the EU network for the implementation and enforcement of environmental law, Europol and international organizations like the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and the Basel Convention to tackle illegal waste management activities and illegal waste shipments. And EU notably supports cross-border investigations and cooperation between enforcement agencies in its member states, and this is reinforced.
Zákona a vyšetrovanie takéto kriminality.
So, honourable members, as I said at the outset, the Commission is fully committed to advancing as rapidly as possible on this file. You can count on our support to help the co-legislators ensure that ambitious, future-proof rules start applying to waste shipments without any delay. We hope for swift progress under the Swedish presidency to match the pace of work in the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now I would like to give a floor to Rapporteur Pernille Weiss. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, Commissioner. Thank you very much for a very fruitful debate. It looks as if that tomorrow we hope that we can get a very large majority behind the compromises, so we will be very strong when it comes to the Council with our negotiations, which I hope will start soon. I share the Commissioner's ambition that we start the trilogue negotiations rather soon. Many colleagues said, and we should underline this again, that we can't have a circular economy. We won't get a better and sustainable way of conducting ourselves with nature and our consumption if we don't tackle the circular economy when it comes to waste management. And we will get that with the compromise proposal that we have done on the basis of the Commission proposal. So there are those who think, could we have some special materials addressed by this law so that we can get a green steel, for example, in future. We must be aware that the connection between supply and demand doesn't indicate that market you get better quality and lower prices. We should engage in international trade, that we have a steel in the place where they're dealt with best and cheapest. That would be in our interest. The Commissioner Sinkevicius says that he agrees with most of what we say, but
zostało powiedziane, ale
more money. Could you not use this as an argument at present, that the ambitions that we have, that we use as an argument for what Grace O'Sullivan says, that we are missing out on due diligence and acting and when we can, when it's cheapest. The price of doing nothing is much higher than the discussion on whether the Commission needs more money. We should make sure that next generation can look at us and said we did the right thing at the right time. Thank you very much.
Paldies. Debates ir slēgtas par šo jautājumu.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed and the vote will be held tomorrow. Now we come to short presentation. The next item on the agenda on the creation of a European capital of local trade, and I give the floor to head or chair of the PETI committee, Madame Montserrat, for 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Mnohokrát děkuji, pane předsedo, pane komisaři.
Welcome to the representatives of Commerce Barcelona who are in the gallery. We're talking about local trade, recognising thousands of SMEs and people who carry out local trade in Europe, but also for European citizens, particularly those in Barcelona, have seen how their trade requires really that we have a European trade, where already exists, but we want a European capital of local trade as well. So as a Spaniard and
Credeți în acest proiect?
Trade is an important thing. It'll guarantee economic and social progress. As chair of the Petitions Committee, I've constantly stressed the need for this initiative to prosper. And as a member of the EPP, it's been an honour for me to push this initiative through. What is local trade? What are we achieving with this? Local trade is far more than a shop window or someone working in a local shop. It pushes social and trade issues forward for cities, and it helps trade in districts and makes our streets safer. It shows our identity, our style of life, and it's a generator of economic opportunities as well as wealth. It comes from Barcelona, a Spanish city which historically has been wealthy and because of local trade. Our roots lie in the local authorities, local cities, because we all come from there. We need to remember the spirit of the guilds in the past and their entrepreneurial activities. And we've now got the circular economy, the green economy, because these are the things which people see on the street every day. The COVID-19 pandemic.
É claro que quando uma cidade encerrava a sua vida,
de stad wil overleven, zij dat alleen maar.
Local trade continues.
Chvílích pandemie a
in citizens going during the pandemic. That's why we need to increase the profile of local trade throughout Europe. Sometimes we forget what we've got because it's too close to us. It's very linked to our history as Europeans. Globalization is another reason for economic growth and job creation, but that shouldn't lead us to turn our backs on local trade. Quite the reverse. We need to facilitate it, and European institutions should help promote it. There's a lot at stake. Family economies, that deserves our support. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Local trade is life. It's life, animation in our streets, flourishing
commercio di prossimità svolge
as far as the people living in an area is concerned. A trader has particular sensitivity because they know the specific needs of their local people, their customers. It's important, therefore, for our economy, and it's important for the social harmony in our districts. It's changed. It's stood up to all of the challenges it's faced, and despite all the problems, including the COVID pandemic and the inflation crisis we're going through now, it's stood firm. That's why the European Union should be its strongest ally. It's vitally important for Europe, and I call upon the Commission that with us they make this initiative a reality, and also call on colleagues in the Parliament to vote in favour of the creation of a European capital of local trade tomorrow. That way we will guarantee more trade, more cities and more Europe. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have a catch-the-eye procedure. I have a three.
A teraz zgłoszenia z sali.
This is the first one. Floor is yours.
Gracias, presidente. En primer lugar.
Thank you, President. I want to thank and congratulate those who spearheaded this initiative to the European Parliament. It's very important for local traders. I remember Joseph Steiner,
lui George Steiner, care spunea că ideea
that Europe was about cafes, the streets that are named after famous scientists and literary figures. This topography and geography that you walk through. And Stena would have probably also talked about the identity of local traders, what we see in our streets, and we
Quando percorremos as nossas ruas
They know the elderly people who come into the shops, and these local traders have overcome pandemics, crises, different consumption models, and it's important to maintain them. So I want the Commission to take this proposal on board and make it its own. And why do I say that the Commission should take this on board? Well, it should not just do that, but it should also propose Barcelona as the first European capital of local trade and retail.
Floor is yours.
Gracias, President. Quiero dar la bienvenida.
Thank you, President. Let me welcome this initiative on the European Capital of Local Trade, as well as
Především děkuji Fundacio
Barcelona de Comerç, who have been supporting us throughout this process. It's a proposal to highlight what's done and what's meant by local trade as we try to handle the challenges that we face in Europe. If we want cities and districts and villages which are lively and have flourishing local economies which protect our trade fabric, then the European Union wants to back local trade. Otherwise, we're running the risk of having cities with big shopping centres and areas of leisure which are brilliant but can anywhere and in a homogeneous way, instead of respecting local territory. So we welcome this once again. Let's hope that the Commission will endorse it, and I agree with the idea of having Barcelona as the first capital of local trade in Europe. Thank you, President.
The much next speaker is Ernest Urtasun. Floor is yours.
Bueno, pues apoyar también como.
I fully support this proposal. We should have a European capital of local trade. I think it's part of European culture. It's something that ought to be preserved. It's so important in economic terms, in job generation terms, in social cohesion terms. And it's so important if we're going to maintain our cities alive. The worst that could befall Europe would be for all its cities to look alike with big department stores. So we need to keep these local stores alive and thriving. I think the European capital of local trade should have a specific year. I would support Barcelona being the first European capital.
da proposta de que Barcelona seja a primeira.
And the town hall there would be in favour of that, and I think this would really boost European activity. And I want to thank the Barcelona Commercial Guild for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. We are closing the KHDI procedure, and now I would like to give a floor for the Commission to Commissioner Sinkevičius. So, Commissioner, floor is yours.
Tenha bondade.
Thank you, honourable members, and let me also join the warm welcome to the group of petitioners from Spain who are present here. Today we are discussing a motion for a resolution on the creation of a European capital.
Per la creazione di una capitale europea.
It's built up upon a petition put forward by federations of small retailers keen to give a more prominent role to local trade and small retail. The petition committee was unanimous to
A Comissão das Petições apoiou unanimamente
value added in this initiative. First, let me emphasize the economic importance of the retail industrial ecosystem. It represents 11.5% of EU value added. It directly employs more than 29 million people across Europe, and it's key for our citizens. Consumers spend on average 30% of their budget for their shopping through retail. And of course,
the SME dimension. It's crucial. 5.5 million companies are active in the ecosystem, 99% of which are SMEs. And we know how the retail ecosystem was badly hurt by the COVID-19 pandemic. Shops were either closed or bound by stringent precautionary measures. Thanks to a strong and ambitious EU response, we managed to alleviate many of these impacts, but still, SMEs were the ones which suffered most. So today, the energy crisis is also harsh on retailers, and in particular on retail SMEs. We all have in mind the bakeries example. Here again, we have worked hard to provide emergency solutions through energy policy or state aid tools. Honourable members, retailers play a crucial role in our communities. They provide local employment, proximity to consumers, and build the social fabric. A thriving small retail sector is essential for attracting city centres. Retail is equally important for maintaining lively rural areas and boosting local supply chains.
Luuakse niimoodi töökohti maapiirkondades.
Junto com o secretário, a Comissão.
Small retailers to modernise and revitalise. Based on the guide, the Commission has organised workshops to encourage sharing best practices. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we held virtual workshops with a focus on sharing innovative
Innovatieve manieren om toch te...
We are gathering stories of retail SMEs who have successfully embraced innovative green and digital solutions and transformed their businesses' models. They should provide inspiration for SMEs wishing to respond to the challenges of digital and green transition. Last but not least, I would like to mention the transition pathways announced in the Industrial Strategy update. Such pathways support the green and digital transition of industrial ecosystems, among which the retail ecosystem. The Commission is planning the launch of a public consultation on it in the coming months. But it may be not enough. In this context, the Commission considers that the proposal to create a European capital
volta a creare la capitale europea del commercio locale
take the revitalized retail actions even further. Beyond that, the draft resolution also includes several additional proposed measures, which confirms a lot of enthusiasm and many ideas to support the small retail sector. And we will assess further how to benefit and how to best follow up on these measures while avoiding duplications. And on the central issue of the creation of the European capital of the local trade, the Commission would welcome if the European Parliament would support the act. It would be a very positive development in the long-standing Commission and the European Parliament retail SMEs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, colleagues. The debate is closed. I would like to remind you that the vote will be held tomorrow. The next item on the agenda is porządku obrad to wystąpienia jednominutowe 172. I would like to inform you that for the 1-minute speeches, you are invited to take the floor from your seat. The first speaker will be Mr. Carlo Ressler. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Children are most vulnerable, but they are our greatest asset, and they deserve our protection. They are what we leave behind. They show how we lived, what we taught them, and how we raised them. The civilization power of society is measured by the way we treat the most vulnerable ones, children, born and unborn, our own and other people.
Našimi vlastnými a deťmi iných ľudí.
Children and similar practices and instrumentalization of children for ideology need to be stopped. Adoption is a good deed, but sometimes there are illegal international adoption cases, and if criminal activities are involved, they need to be prosecuted and punished. Thank you.
No, viene meno.
The speaker is stopped for 1 minute. The next is Madame Avram.
Lansarea celor 30 de ani de piață unică e pentru unii.
Thank you very much, President. It's been 30 years since the single market emerged, which is a reason for celebration. But 30 years have passed. It's supposedly a single market, which is supposed to provide opportunities for all. And yet, there are still members who have to deal with a hypocritical situation. I'm talking about my native country, Romania. We comply with all rules, single market rules. We have companies, opportunities, because there has been political game playing, dirty game playing, which has prevented us from entering Schengen. As a result, Romanian farmers who grapple with the same crisis as everyone else, they face the farm to fork strategy, and yet these Romanian farmers don't receive subsidies at the same level. They get subsidies that are at a much lower level, and that's for political reasons. So it's a hypocritical situation, which means that we basically have two different markets, but everyone should enjoy the same responsibilities and opportunities.
Η ένταση της επιθετικότητας της Τουρκίας κατά της χώρας.
The intensiveness of the aggression of Turkey against our country has Turkey has intervened in Farmakonisi, and the Turks are intentionally trying to cause an accident in order to instrumentalize this.
It's an attempt to deal with this issue and to cause problems before the forthcoming elections. And they are not respecting the 12-mile limit off Crete. Greece has already sent a letter of protest.
Mr. Skinas.
Συνάδελφοι, εν ώψη προεκλογικής περίοδου Τουρκίας και Ελλάδος και με δεδομένες τις αναθεωρητικές προθέσεις της γείτονας, σήμερα περισσότερο από κάθε άλλη φορά είναι αναγκαία η άμεση απόδειξη της οφειλόμενης αλληλεγγύης μας προς την Ελλάδα. Επιβάλλεται η λήψη απόφασης ικανής να αποτρέψει την επιθετικότητα της Τουρκίας κατά ενός κράτους μέλους της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Yes, thank you very much, but we had a problem with interpretation, so is it... Can we continue? Okay, let's try to continue. Next speaker is Laura Wolters.
Ja, naar aanleiding van de onbehouden uitspraken van de topman van Boskalis wilde ik het hebben over Berdowski die stelt dat bedrijven de kop gaat kosten.
Sorry, I do apologize, but there is still no interpretation. At least English and some other languages, I suppose, as well. Rest is working? Okay.
All good?
So I can ask other colleagues.
Takže poprosím kolegov, aby počúvali.
Possible, because it's not only English, so as I understand. But you have a floor once more, Mrs. Wolters.
Thank you. Naar aanleiding van de onbehouden uitspraak.
The president says something extra.
Podchodzenia do
say that we need to be responsible here because there are enormous difficulties when it comes to corporate social responsibility. I know that a certain number of arguments have been advanced and people have talked about unfair competition. We've got Germany and France taking a number of steps with regard to the Netherlands, and you've got Spain, Denmark, Italy, equally taking measures. And that is why, for many months now, I have been advocating European legislation in this field, and it would apply to European companies as well as to third country companies doing business here. And this legislation ought to come into force between now and the end of the year. And Boskowitz ought to take a responsible position, and that way international companies would also be there in the Netherlands.
Thank you, President. I want to take this opportunity to raise the very tragic decision by the Taliban to ban female staff from working for...
Talibów chodzi o to, żeby zakazać...
This was a decision taken on the 24th of December. And it has had obviously tragic consequences, especially for female staff who are the only breadwinners in their households. It's had very ridiculous consequences, for example, in Kandahar, according to some reports, but ultimately, of course, it is a tragic breach of international human rights law. And now NGOs are faced with a terrible dilemma. Do they continue to muddle on? Do they continue to provide services? Or do they take a stand? And this is a country where 2/3 of people rely on aid. So it's not an easy decision. So I just want to take this opportunity to commend the EU representation in Kabul for staying the course, to call on Martin Griffiths and David Bennett and Richard Bennett and all the local and international NGOs working in Kabul to stay the course and to take on the Taliban on this key issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Much next speaker. Did you hear? So sorry, maybe it's my micro problem. Next speaker is Anna Miranda.
Obrigada, Presidente. Thank you, President. Many families in Galicia are struggling because of the increase in prices, in more than 200,000 families that have mortgages are struggling to pay those mortgages because Euribor has gone up. And this is happening so quickly. These interest rates are really undermining families' abilities to get through the month. We know that at the outset, interest rates were at the lowest that they had ever been in history. And then in January, they rose very quickly. And that has meant about 200 extra euros per families, as families have to pay that difference and banks are making money. We need to have a rescue fund for these mortgages for those who have a low interest, so that they could be able to fend off this 30% increase in interest rates. Now, we could make sure that we could have a co-financing rate of 75% for this purpose. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gian Antonio Dare.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Following the Commission's reaction to the intermarket and the economic crisis we have in the wake of Russia's invasion, and we have imports coming in from countries such as Vietnam, China and India, and in view of the growing problem with food insecurity, it is important for us to respond to a number of health issues and to look at production methods as well as traceability of products, because Europe is losing the confidence of our farmers. We are supposed to be safeguarding the excellence of our territories. We have a unique production system and we have to support our culture, because that way we can support Europe as well as competitiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Johan Nissinen.
Thank you very much.
Ďakujem pekne, pán predseda.
La presidenza svedese dell'Unione Europea.
Swedish presidency to the EU, and
che non bisogna occuparsi
be waving a great big Swedish flag around. So Sweden is expected to pay more, or otherwise it should compromise its interests. In Brussels, I think we know more about this than in...
o tom vedia viac ako v Štokholme.
European values for him are the same as French values, French interests. More planned economy, more power to Brussels, money that will actually facilitate generous pension systems in other countries. That appears to be the order of the day. I'm wondering when Ulf Kristersson is going to wave that big Swedish flag around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Katarina Konečná.
Dank und als nächste Katarina Konečná.
Grazie. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, it's a long-term issue in the Czech Republic. We don't have enough basic medicines. It's not just the respiratory ailments that caused it. It's a systemic problem. Penicillin, antibiotics, coughing syrup, and so on. It's the worst in 30 years, and it can take a few more months. There are many causes: dysfunctional patents, production of medications, production outside of the EU, and buying in another state where the
dostupnosti liekov v lekárniach nedostatočná.
Just a lack of harmonization in the medical area. Also, the Czech minister is not capable and often blames the EU. Unfortunately, whatever is being resolved on EU level or in with symptoms does not heal the disease. What we need to do is abolish the current patent law and
nepodliehali voľnému pohybu tovaru
of goods, and I'll be happy to debate more.
It seems that the right to freedom of expression and prohibition of discrimination on grounds of political opinion is not more protected in the EU. For including citizens' initiatives in the legislative process. But what if initiators are proposing to deprive a large number of citizens of the rights guaranteed in the EU Fundamental Rights Charter? Latvian Parliament begins a new legislative year by moving forward initiative to deprive so-called Kremlin-minded people of the right to stand for elections, to take posts in the state and self-government institutions. In addition to political prisoners, whose number is constantly growing in Latvia, almost all of them are journalists, political disqualified will appear in the country. How the people whom the petitioners call harmful or not loyal to the state it happened in Latvia in the times of deportations on the basis of denunciations.
Can I ask you to
Shall
conclude?
we allow those times to return?
Next speaker is Peter Polak.
Dámy a páni, ataky
Ladies and gentlemen, attacks by the extremists in Slovakia are on the increase. This time the target is the Roma people in the city of Michalovce in eastern Slovakia. And this
rómskej komunite na to, aby uplatnením kolektívnej
now be initiated or instigated by the fact that a Roma individual committed a hideous crime. But the fascists are using this as a pretext to attack the Roma community. And they are even talking about creating anti-Roma militias. But it's very strange that we still turn a blind eye. We overlook even the politicians who represent
na Slovensku Rómom vyhrážajú, beztrestne obdivujú.
The Roma, they deny the Holocaust, and we don't say anything. How long are we going to be silent? How long these kind of people will remain at large, or even in the democratic institutions as in this parliament? Thank you.
Styczeń 40.
January 45.
Która finalnie doprowadzi do wyzwolenia.
Same time, Silesia is the scene of crimes and atrocities committed by Soviet soldiers and the new Polish authority. The first victims of
panemas kuritegusid ning esimesed
women. On the 27th of January, the Red Army invaded Przyszowice, close to the town of Rybnik. Soldiers surrounded all women, girls, teenagers, mothers, and grandmothers. All of them were repeatedly and brutally raped. Sons, husbands, fathers, and grandfathers were murdered who were trying to defend them. Even fugitives from Auschwitz, citizens of Italy and Hungary who were trying to defend them, were also murdered. In one of the places close to the town of Bytom, this tragedy lasted 3 days. We must remember, it's not
ricordare questa tragedia. Non
to remember, for the respect of the victims. Glory to the victims of the Upper Silesia tragedy.
Patricia Chagnon.
Chers collègues, colleagues, some bakers in the city that I visited last week have seen their electricity bills multiplied by 5. Some 80% of them think that they will have to close doors. Now, France for a long time has been able to provide, but under the impetus of the Commission, and in order to strengthen its know-how, has started some energy transition projects, specifically in wind energy sovereignty, sacrificing the energy sovereignty of the country. Now, the energy market in
a energiei. Vedem cât de mult au crescut
price of electricity to gas, and therefore what we can see is there's been an artificial increase in electricity prices in France. We are elected by the National Rally, and we are waiting for a revision of the VAT tax on essential materials. Along with Marine Le Pen and Mr. Bardella, we will support bakers in France who are craftspeople, and to make sure that they can continue their profession that is an icon of France.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Michael Kugeven.
Thank you, Chair. Social media enriches our lives in many
I social media arricchiscono.
However, there is no such thing as a free funny cats, shallow celebrities, pie-eating contests, mediocre influencers and fake news. While at the same time, Chinese children see educational videos, science experiments and successful patriots. Colleagues, we need to talk about TikTok. Owned by a China very different than the one in the West. We should be highly concerned about the addictive algorithms of TikTok. They are profiling our children, risking to undermine our society in the long run. It almost looks like psychological warfare. Colleagues, it's time we take a critical look at our social media landscape, with national security in the back of our minds. Because who needs the Chinese People's Liberation Army when we are destroying ourselves from within? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Sandra Pereira.
Thank you very much, President. We have seen that inflation has meant that we've really sapped the ability of individuals to keep their housing. And we know that there has been speculation in terms of real estate purchases, and that has also been compounded by the increase in interest rates, as well as the major mortgages. That means
znamená, že tisícovky rodin se dostávají do
in a position where they will not be able to pay back their mortgage, and they risk then being foreclosed on. Therefore, we need urgent measures as quickly as possible to assist those families, make sure that we can give them the assurance that they will be able to stay in their home, and that will assist in the
Trzeba wyznaczyć maksymalne ceny i możliwości.
We can assist with the loan programs. We need public assistance immediately to make sure that we put an end to housing speculation and also increase public housing, because that is a constitutional right as enshrined in the Portuguese constitution. Thank you.
The next speaker is Eugen Tomak.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, Chair. It's the creation of the single market, but what defines it? It's the four fundamental freedoms. Free movement, people, goods. However, two of these fundamental rights are being denied to Romanians, because even since 2010, the Commission has asked the Council to accept Romania in Schengen because of a political interplay that's completely alien. Romanians are denied free access to Schengen area. It's unacceptable that a chancellor like Nehammer, an anti-European, blackmails a country of 20 million people, Romania. I hold in my hand a document issued on the 19th of December, the last day of the European Council, when Austria was required to abide by the principles of the Schengen.
Aby respektovalo šengenský prostor.
Have nothing to do with the European spirit, and I asked the Swedish presidency to put the expansion of the Schengen area, the enlargement of the Schengen area on the agenda.
Domnule președinte, domnule comisar,
Mr. Speaker, Commissioner, it has been almost 1 year since the war between Russia and Ukraine has led to loss of human lives. It is not only Ukrainians who lose their lives there, minorities also die there. What is the reward for the help that we've given Ukraine? Zelensky has been told not to adopt the law forbidding the Romanian minority, which is in the 400,000, to speak their own language. Our national poet, Eminescu, was born in Ternauți, now Ukrainian land, but once Romanian land. Romanian priests see their churches being closed. We have voted the agreement to allow Ukraine to eventually join the EU. We talk about minority rights there. Let us not confuse war for minority rights. Please make sure the rights of minorities in Ukraine are respected.
Gunnar Beck.
Vielen Dank.
Beck. Děkuji.
EU Commissioner Ylva Johansson has
prometeu,
and at the moment we're talking about 23%. But in actual fact, it's not even half of that. And as far as Germany is concerned, we're just talking about
Jeśli chodzi o Niemcy, to mówimy o kilku tysiącach osób.
1 or 2%. And at the same time, the Commission and the so-called Democratic Conference on the Future of Europe want to abolish the very term illegal migration. We have studies from Jan van der Beek and from the Danish government, and according to these studies, each African or Muslim migrant costs the modern welfare state almost 700,000 euros for every year, for life. If every rejected asylum seeker were to be deported, then 1.5 times as many migrants would still remain, because they're granted asylum despite the fact that they've entered illegally, and they're just as expensive. We cannot take in tens of millions of migrants without the welfare state collapsing altogether. Immanuel Kant
Estado social. Kant decía que lo que tenemos.
Merkel said, we can do this because we want to.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Christian Teres.
Thank you so much. Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, considering the severe increase in adverse effects after the COVID-19 vaccines, including many deaths, I urge the European Parliament and the European Commission to create the big pharma's victims' reputation.
Die Kommission, dass sie eine Reparation
were created for those who suffer from pollution of different companies under the principle that polluters pay. On April 28, 2021, in this plenary, Commissioner de Reynders Didier said, when he referred to the digital green certificate, and I quote, "We don't have yet full scientific evidence regarding the effects of the vaccines, but we cannot wait for all these questions to be answered so that we can start acting." We see now the adverse effects of these vaccines, which, without any doubts, are creating many problems for many people, incapacitating many of them, and nevertheless killing some of them. I urge you, therefore, to support the creation of such a fund so the innocent people who were vaccinated to be compensated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Azokat, akik ebbe a körbe estek, akik...
Thank you, President. In the Sahrawi camp in Dakhla, they're having the Polisario Congress. They are the legitimate representative of these people. These people have been heroically fighting to protect their territory in Western Sahara and one of the last colonies in Africa to homeland is returned to them. And this is then a call for respect of international law, UN agreements, as well as the statements on the subject. We know that the U.S. have entered into an agreement on the subject with the illegal exploitation.
Ide o nelegálne využívanie národných.
We need to have full solidarity with the Sahrawi people to make sure that
saharauischen Volk, sicherzustellen,
that this area is once and forever returned to the people, and we know that they will prevail. Thank you.
Speaker is Dino Giarusso.
President, colleagues. Matteo Messina Denaro was arrested in Italy today, a mafia boss and one of the most dangerous fugitives anywhere in the world. This is seen as a victory for honest citizens, for the judiciary as well as law and boss, as well as all the political forces, as well as bosses who have worked alongside the mafia. And that is why, if it is so important, we ought to wonder how it has been possible for a mafia boss to have been on the run for 30 years, surrounded by thousands of Sicilians, and how it came to be that he was treated in a clinic in Palermo alongside ordinary citizens. So the real question arising from this morning is how come? Why? Now, we've got Catagate here, and various limits are being suggested in Italy. Why? We've got European mafias who are working together, so we've got to work together to combat the mafia culture and also opaque political machinations. We need to make sure that it is done here and that it is done by each and every one of us.
Speaker is Michaela Sojdrova.
Mr. President,
Poštovani predsjedniče,
an issue that is causing a lot of trouble in the internal market
levantar muitas dificuldades no mercado interno
of infections among farm animals. Bird flu has been on the rise through
tomuto ohnisku v jednom z veľkochovů
in the Czech Republic, 750,000 egg-laying hens had to be culled last week. These are huge numbers, and it only indicates how risky such mass breeding installations are. The hens living in such conditions have higher antibiotic resistance and low immunity, and certainly
ta' immunità u l-kundizzjonijiet ta' trobbija
are less acceptable, even less acceptable And so that's why we are looking towards new legislation to ban cage farming. Thank you.
Speaker is Vlad Marius Botos.
Mulțumesc, domnule președinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about an essential product. We're talking about energy, and the price of energy is to be found in the price of all the products that we need. The current crisis provoked by Russia led to huge increases in the price of energy, and hard-working people have reached a point where they can no longer afford decent living. We have to admit that the energy market, as it is regulated at the moment, allows for a lot of speculation. This increase is not fully due to the gas crisis or to the war in Ukraine. We should not accept this in our societies. We have to review our guidelines, and energy prices have to be maintained at accessible levels for all citizens, and this should be mandatory in all member states because, dear colleagues, we are here to protect all citizens regardless of where they live. Thank you.
Is Claire Daly.
Last week, Ireland lost a true revolutionary and one of her best poets, Kevin Higgins. We lost our friend, and his last poem was called I Always Thought I'd Live, and I'd like to read a piece from that. I always thought I'd live to tidy the books off the study floor and see fascists give up stabbing black boys at bus stops because peaceful protests have eloquently made them see the error of their ways. But the books that made me still decorate the study floor, and I don't have the oxygen to shift them. My consultants are unanimous. My days marching to places like Welling and Trafalgar Square are over. The risk of getting tossed into the back of a police van by over-enthusiastic members of the constabulary is a luxury my lungs can no longer afford. Even holding a placard in my wheelchair would have me gasping for breath. And I thought I'd always live. Kevin's funeral was yesterday. He will always live, in his words, Slán Amhaile a Córide.
Next speaker, Stanislav Polčák.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, last Tuesday, former Czech Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, who is notorious for his populist agenda, visited French President Emmanuel Macron in Paris. The meeting took place just 3 days before the first round of Czech presidential elections, in which Mr. Babiš, currently leader of one of the opposition parties, is taking part. I must very strictly denounce this rendezvous under these circumstances. Although the Élysée Palace was trying to persuade the world that the meeting in question wasn't mean to support Mr. Babiš in his electoral effort, it actually helped him a lot. In my opinion, the heads of EU member states and also high representatives of EU must show restraint when it comes to elections.
Nu fac asemenea lucruri când se
like the one perpetrated by the French president is simply unacceptable. Please mind your own business, President Macron, and let the Czech voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mick Wallace.
Very much, President. Many years ago, the great American singer-songwriter Woody Guthrie said, "If we fix it so you can't make money on a war, we'll all forget what we're killing folks for." War is a money racket. Lobbyists for the military-industrial complex are wearing out the carpets in Brussels, promoting war, promoting debt. The war in Ukraine is not a war for democracy. It's just one more imperialist war with the less privileged dying in their thousands and thousands. Why are our politicians promoting war? War is ugly. War is stupid. Whatever happened to our desire for peace? Where do we think this is going? There was a time where we had a different approach. There was a time when we weren't so subservient to the military-industrial complex or to US imperialism. What's gone damn wrong with us? You keep talking about being worried about the European Union. Well, listen, if you're worried about it, start working for peace and stop promoting war.
Ar šo vienas minūtes runas ir beigušās. Gribu atgādināt, ka nākamā sēde sāksies rītdien, proti otrdien, 23. gada 17. janvārī, 9:00.
That concludes the list of speakers, and the next part session will take place at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. The agenda has been published and is available on the website of the European Parliament, and the minutes will also be submitted for approval tomorrow. The meeting stands adjourned.
So let's